Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon and good evening, wherever you are. It's a great pleasure to be here today. It's going to be quite a long and very interesting day. Today there are a lot of things happening. So I want to first of all thank you for joining. Thank you for coming here. You've seen my face already. For those who haven't seen me or who don't know me yet, I'm Andrea Castiglione. I'm one of the co-founders of Efforce, and on behalf of the whole team, I want to thank you for joining and welcome you to our first Efforce Summit ever. You see, there is a little bit of a different setup compared to our community gatherings. Again, I have headphones and I have to look at my computer. We're streaming live on all of our channels, so it's gonna go on YouTube, Twitter, LinkedIn, and Facebook. So in case you haven't done it yet, just press like buttons. I see some of our community members like Michael. Thank you, Michael, for the work that you always do. That are supporting, and we love that. So today is going to be an intense day. We're going to have some very interesting speakers coming from different paths, and the idea behind the Efforce Summit is to bring together different voices from the industry. So not just talk about the energy side of things, but also talk about the trends and what is happening, how things are changing, and how they're evolving. Everyone is excited about what we're going to do later today in the afternoon, actually morning Pacific Standard Time. So during the day, there are going to be pauses in between some of the sections, and there is also going to be a longer break around noon our time. So please go to the Efforce Summit website, efforcesummit.com. and make sure that you follow the agenda in case you are looking for specific speakers and you want to follow the discussions for particular topics. The idea of bringing different voices together is because a summit is the combination and the culmination of all the work that we're doing. It's creating an ecosystem, and this ecosystem needs to have different parties, right? It needs to have people that contribute from different sides, and that is what we are trying to achieve. Is not something that we can do by ourselves. So we need to create strategic alliances. We need to cooperate, and today some of our, or even our strategic partners like who will be global will be present in the afternoon, and we will be honored to have all of the speakers today. We're going to have a chat from neuromorphic computing to GameFi and all that is happening with the NFTs, the innovation in finance, the innovation on the energy side. And it's going to be a packed day. So if you have questions, if you have anything that you would like to ask, please use all of our channels and make sure that you follow us throughout the day. if I do make any mistakes, or if I talk to people, like if I do anything that is not, I would say, optimal, I want to say that this is going to be a long day. It's a 9 hour streaming, so I hope I will not make mistakes. But this is the beauty of being live. So it's gonna be a whole streaming day. So yeah, let's talk a little bit about what has been happening, because the past community gathering. So the 20th of the month, we did not do the October community gathering because it was really close to our event now on November 6th. So the company has been working on a lot of different things, and we have been expanding our team. So we have new team members that have joined. We have people that are coming from different sides, and they're joining the team to operate on different things. So we're grateful for that. And we have new members that are going to be joining the team as well. So it's an expanding thing. Also, we have the an update of the roadmap that it's going to come out quite soon, because the community has been asking for this. We've been listening to that, and now that we're closer to the release of the platform, and the first platform is going to have the staking features, and that is what people have been waiting for. But also we have some exciting news regarding that, and so yeah, that's pretty much the summary of what's been going on. We have a very intense November. So November is going to be quite an intense month, because we will be also visiting a country with a country in the Middle East. I will not say when and how yet, but we're gonna go there, and there's gonna be our delegation. Our team is gonna be there, and there's gonna be a lot of surprises. So make sure that you follow all of our channels, and you follow what we're gonna do in this month, because November is gonna be quite intense. It's been almost a year. December 3rd marks the first year of operation, the first year that we've been out there. So it's been wild. Absolutely, it's been wild, and the experience has been sometimes quite tough. There is highs and lows, but as everything, we have to look at the future. We have to look at what lies ahead, and how the long-term vision of this ecosystem is shaping. So Efforce is about energy efficiency, for those who don't know, and for those who will be watching this live and later recorded. Efforce is about energy efficiency, which is a very, very important component in fighting the climate change and working towards a decarbonization. As countries around the world are working to decarbonize, we have to find solutions to that. And our first speaker, actually, which is going to come online in just 5 minutes, is the core founder and the project lead, Jacopo Visetti. Before talking about Jacopo, before talking about our session with him, and actually the coming sessions, because there's no break for the first two. I also want to mention something pretty important. Sergio Carloni, our CEO, wanted to extend his greetings, and wanted to say hi on his behalf to the whole team. So as always, I'm the message bringer to everyone, and I just want to welcome you on behalf of the team and the management team in whole. So Sergio, Stefano, Jacopo, Vanetti, so everyone is welcoming you to this event. So yeah, of course, also Woz and Ken, who are right now might be fast asleep. Probably Ken isn't, because he's a 24-hour machine. But in later today, we're going to be talking to both of them. So it's an exciting day, as I said. Jacopo, for those who have not met him yet, because you keep seeing my face for the community gathering and talking to the community, but Jacopo is the core founder in terms of where the idea is coming from, where do we get our roots, and also the person that has the vision about what is the what is the future of energy, what is that we're building with Efforce. So Jacopo has a lot of insights specific to the market that I want everyone to hear and I want everyone to see. So if there are things that you are interested about, or if there are questions that you want to ask about in regarding the carbon side, the decarbonization, energy trading, and what we're doing in terms of energy efficiency, I think Jacopo is going to be the most important bit today that can allow us to understand all of that. His insight go well beyond before carbon was a thing. So Jacopo started trading carbon when EU ETS. So for those who are not familiar, the European market was right around 4 euros probably. Now we're touching 60s, and probably by the end of the year, I don't know, maybe we're gonna go higher. So Jacopo is an OG of the carbon space, and it is that vision that started 11 years ago, 12 years ago, together with his partners, that started ITER. And ITER was and is still a core piece of the DNA of Efforce. So it's in bringing Efforce to life. We are doing. We need to also think about the roots and the DNA and where this is all coming from, because we are not a new company. We are a company that has been evolving over the years. Has been trying to understand how to bridge the gap between the mass market and the institutional / industrial type of market. So yeah, without further ado, I'll introduce Jacopo in a couple of minutes. On the clock, we still have 2 minutes before Jacopo's session, but I think we can start. We can already start in just bringing in, and so we have a bit of greetings from him as well. So I would ask, and by the way, I want to thank all of the people behind the camera which are helping today. You have no idea what is the setup here. It looks really cool. So yeah, let's bring Jacopo in, and here is Jacopo Visetti, the project lead and co-founder of Efforce. I'm gonna put my headphones, otherwise I cannot hear Jacopo. So welcome, Jacopo. How are you today?
Thank you very much. I'm very well.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's good.
It's good to be here.
Saturday. It's a Saturday morning.
It is. Yeah, but it's always good to be able to participate in the Efforce Summit and be able to explain what stands beyond their vision, and also what looks like for the future of Efforce.
Absolutely. And I want to start by maybe talking to the community about your background. Where did you start? Where is your journey started? So that people don't know you yet, we'll get to know you a little bit better.
Definitely, yeah. So thanks for this question. It's actually an interesting one, because it also explains a bit how Efforce came to life somehow. So my career started 12 years ago now, in basically in the carbon markets. First of all, in the regulated carbon market, so the EU ETS. We started actually trading carbon units, helping clients to be compliant with carbon regulations. So that was the EU ETS back in the day. There's many others now. There's the California market, and a number, the Chinese one, a number of markets are flourishing around the world. We hope that after the COP26, more will come. And in these years, we also started approaching, of course, the voluntary carbon markets, which were a market where the credits that you were using to offset emissions, you could actually generate them. How could you generate them? Well, by developing projects, both in the reforestation space or in the carbon capture and storage space, but also, of course, in the energy efficiency space. So over the years, we started working also on energy efficiency projects with the company, and that's where we really noticed that there was I would say, a large gap in what could be done under the form not only of carbon credits but also energy efficiency credits, which had a way of not all projects being eligible. The standard calculation didn't really capture all, I would say, of the benefits of energy efficiency. And so we started evolving into more of an energy service company where we weren't only trading the carbon credits or, the resulting benefit credits out of energy efficiency, but also implementing energy efficiency itself, like a real energy service company. So I would say that my background started, I would say, from the back door of energy efficiency and then right into what it's actually physical energy efficiency now.
Okay. So, Jacopo, I am sorry. This is the beauty of the live. People are saying that the music is too loud. So maybe when you talk, we'll just turn it down. So
Oh, that's fine.
The team behind, is this everything better for everyone? Yeah, perfect.
Hopefully.
So the music was good, but we have to turn it off.
That makes sense.
So the regulated market of carbon has been changing as well. So how do you think the evolution of that market is going to impact what we are doing with Efforce as well?
So that's a really good question. So there's so the regulated market have been, I would say, the start of companies having to pay to actually be able to continue business if their business was actually a polluting one, right? So most of the critics comes from, regulated carbon markets allow the rich guys to keep on polluting. That's kind of wrong I would say, in the basis. It actually puts a price on carbon which wasn't there before. So it actually puts an additional burden on companies who normally wouldn't pay for polluting. So actually the effect is quite the contrary. The more, and given the latest, I would say, price evolution, as you said right before, a few minutes before I joined, the prices went from really low prices to even lower than before, like actually 2.80 to 3 euros a ton, to the 65s, which were, I would say, the maximum that we saw a few weeks back, and now around 60. And what's really astonishing is that companies, of course, are scrambling to actually get supply. We start getting also speculative traders in the market, and new players coming in, not necessarily companies which are subject to compliance. But this market, in my view, has really started, first of all, a number of critics, which I always appreciate, because market without critics are, I would say, an utopia. But also started, I would say, a wake-up call for all those companies which always had the time actually to basically do whatever they wanted, but without having actually, I would say, no consequence whatsoever, to actually being linked to something environmental, which they didn't care about or didn't understand before. Do you
remember the feeling when you were starting and going to companies say you have to be green? What was their feeling? Was it like
why would I spend money in actually decarbonization activities, right? But you're making a good point here, because our first approach was really, you could start developing a strategy to go carbon neutral, and then slowly driving toward net zero, which of course takes, for a company, might take years, right? Which makes sense. You can't be carbon neutral overnight. And really starting to switch towards energy efficiency for a reason, because all other activities were actually activities where the client or the companies had to pay. With energy efficiency, you can actually help them start decarbonizing, but without actually asking them for money. So because you can actually implement energy efficiency measures without a cost for the company. So the company starts using less energy, whatever the energy source might be, gas, or electricity, depending on, or coal sometimes, depending on what the activities of the companies are. You have third-party investors coming in, and so the companies actually decarbonize without having to spend a penny, and they like that, right? So it was actually a good turning point for us to start, approaching companies, and instead of asking for money, starting the discussion with, "Hey, we'll give you money, right?
Exactly.
We'll make you." So actually, as you can
Com-
understand, the sales pitch changes radically, and also the attention in the room is
yeah,
switches
but
from,
some, but
"Yeah, maybe, let's
sometimes,
see."
but sometimes what might happen is companies might feel that it's too good to be true,
Yeah, yeah,
isn't?
yeah. That was at the start of the first pitches.
Yeah.
You had people listening in very carefully, especially the CFO, so
Hmm.
C-level, right, executives,
Yeah.
and then you had, some people from the CFO side or compliance side started questioning, "Oh, but there's no such thing as free money. So where's the catch, right?"
Yeah.
And so we it was kind of strange because we came from an experience where, we were selling carbon offsets, and of
Yeah.
course companies had to pay for them.
Hmm.
And they didn't understand them in the first place because they didn't really understand how, replanting a forest in the Amazon could actually
Yeah.
reduce their carbon footprint in Italy or France,
Hmm.
for that matter.
Hmm.
To a situation where we're saying, "Oh, no, from now on, you don't need to give us any money. We'll give you money." And on top of that, we'll not only invest money in your company, but from a few weeks after we invest that money and we do implement the energy efficiency improvements, you got to start saving money on top.
You actually start saving money, and for you, it's making money.
Exactly,
So,
exactly.
but one thing that it's important to point out, I would say, if you think about the relationship between carbon
Yeah,
and energy
yeah,
saves, that's for you as a business. When you started with ITER, it was to also help companies have a surplus of carbon credits that they could trade in the market, right?
exactly, exactly.
So,
So the whole idea here was, if for example you're a company subject to
mhm,
EDUTS, so emission trading schemes, right, and you
mhm,
start becoming more efficient, then of course your potential compliance obligation gets
mhm,
reduced. So you'll
mhm,
have more money to be spent on other tasks instead of,
mhm.
or other businesses, instead of having to buy allowances to be compliant,
Hmm.
simply because
Yep.
you're doing exactly what the UTS
Hmm.
is meant for. So
Yeah.
if you put a price on carbon, and
Hmm.
in the meantime you start investing in energy efficiency, so in
Hmm.
decarbonization activities, your
Hmm.
burden under the obligation will lower. And
Yeah.
if it decreases, then of course,
Hmm.
your cost for being compliant is reduced, and so compared to competitors, of course you'll become
Hmm.
more competitive because your
Yeah.
cost of production will lower. Let's consider
Yeah.
this: EU allowances, if you perceive them as a separate commodity or a separate
Hmm.
obligation to your energy costs, you're
Hmm.
basically making a mistake. You
Hmm.
have to consider EU allowances in carbon as a full fuel cost. So the same way you pay for energy bills, so electricity, gas, whatever it might be, you pay for carbon. So that
Yeah.
is inputted into your cost of production.
Yeah.
If you lower that cost because you need less allowances because you're more efficient,
Hmm.
well, I don't need to explain you the
Yeah.
math, but of
Yeah.
course, your marginal cost of production gets reduced,
Yeah.
and therefore your margins on your product get increased.
Yeah. Absolutely. No, but thinking about the way that we've been developing efforts, right?
Yeah,
So the idea is to create a platform to also disintermediate your own work, I think,
of course. Yeah,
with as an Esco, because we're creating a platform for all Escos to
exactly.
come in. So why did you decide when you came up with this idea to create an open place for Escos to
So
participate and for contributors, sorry,
yeah,
to jump
no.
in instead of the institutions to come in?
So the truth was that we had to come up with a solution for an issue that we also faced internally. Not only us, but I would say most of the ESCOs
Hmm.
in the world.
And
And yeah,
Esco, for the people that don't know, it's an
energy
energy
service
service
company.
company. Sorry for
Exactly.
that. Yeah.
They are I would say, the default go-to companies
Hmm.
when you intend to implement energy efficiency measures. And
Hmm.
why? And most of the time, they have the capability to, not necessarily all the technical capabilities for all sectors. There's different ESCOs for different sectors, but
Hmm.
most of them do understand quite clearly the nature of the investments in energy efficiency, while many
Hmm.
other companies don't. Right?
Hmm.
Um, So why did we came up with well, I would say at the end with Efforce, right? Because that's the result of a number of years of us trying to find a solution to a common issue in the
Mm-hmm.
energy efficiency space. And the common issue was that the this dematerialization, so commoditization of energy savings,
Mm-hmm.
has never actually catched a phase during all these COP summits or energy
Yeah.
efficiency summits that we attended. So lots of people were actually trading carbon credits. Lots of people were
Mm-hmm.
actually trading renewable energy credits, but no one was
Yeah.
actually trading energy savings. And since a megawatt saved is the same as a megawatt produced, in a
Mm-hmm.
way, it has a value, right? Because it's actually represents money the same way an energy efficiency credit does. Um, we thought that by commoditizing energy savings, we could actually speed up what we in finance we call velocity of
Mm-hmm.
the investments in energy efficiency. And that,
Mm-hmm.
of course, was one of the biggest burdens because most of the
Mm-hmm.
investments nowadays get stuck into energy efficiency products for
Mm-hmm.
4 to 5 years, sometimes
Mm-hmm.
less, couple of
Mm-hmm.
years. But you're never actually really free to trade an energy efficiency result. So a megawatt saved
Mm-hmm.
cannot be traded the same way you could trade a renewable energy, a renewable megawatt produced by
Mm-hmm.
a renewable power plant. And
Mm-hmm.
we thought that wasn't fair, and that's also why you could see a lot of scale in the carbon markets, carbon projects being developed all around the world, generating carbon credits. You could find so many renewable power plants being set up, not only because of I would say renewable energy certificates or RECs or guarantees of origin. If you're in Europe, those are two different names to call the same thing. But you couldn't scale energy efficiency measures in many countries because you didn't have energy efficiency credits. So you did have national systems who would actually release them. But you, as a I would say, private company, you wouldn't be free to actually be able to generate these credits and then trade them out on the market and have someone benefit from those savings.
Mm-hmm.
By actually setting up a mechanism that would allow not only us but any I would say energy service company to actually participate in allow me the term, I don't like to use this word, but it's a kind of
Mm-hmm.
securitization, although it's not, right? But it's to give an idea to the audience, to
Mm-hmm.
commoditize and be able to fractionalize the savings
Yeah.
per megawatt or per kilowatt, depending on how you prefer to do it, and depending also on the entity of the
Yeah.
improvements. This will basically allow you to speed up investment and also make those savings tradable. So basically a new commodity. And that we thought
Mm-hmm.
was really a game changer, especially in the energy efficiency space.
Okay. Absolutely. So let me check if there are questions. So yeah, people don't want background music, so no music for now. In Okay, perfect. So I'll keep going with the questions because
Sure, absolutely.
I was completely out of the space of energy, right?
Yeah.
So energy efficiency, decarbonizations were things that I didn't know personally before getting involved with Efforce. So even the mental journey that I had to do was super intense. And I know that for you, that you've been in for 12 years now, you have a vision about what it's on the regulatory side
Yeah.
and what is also for the companies, the voluntary market, and you've seen it evolve over the years. When we talk about efforts to the public, and this has been a lot of the things that I've been doing and on the team side, uh, there are things that people don't really understand
Yeah.
yet, how the whole chain works, why does it even matter,
Yeah.
why do we even focus on this problem. So those things are things that I think we have to work on a little bit as a company,
Yeah.
because uh, I want you as an institution to explain also what the difficulties are from the institutional side, from the industrial side, when you interface with a company that is so new, with entities like that. So
Yeah,
because we try to talk to the crypto side, which is all fast and
of
all
course.
moon and lambos, but we also have to we have to also explain the other side of the coin, which is something that I think you're the best person to talk about this.
No, absolutely. Well, first, let me say this, that we approached, I would say, the crypto space for a very precise reason. We strongly believe, and I strongly believe, I might be wrong, but at the moment, it's a strong belief that I have, that the crypto community, there's a benefit for both the crypto community and, I would say, the industrial world, who really wants to decarbonize at the moment, to be linked in a single spot. And the reason behind it is that with Efforce, I see the true usefulness of linking crypto assets, crypto funds, if you want, or contributors, to real world changes, right? And also enabling companies, industrial companies, which are traditionally, I would say, old school, if you allow me this unprofessional term, but you get my point. To actually get accustomed to a new technology, which actually benefits them, I would say, immediately, especially for certain type of activities, and energy efficiency is one of them. So where's the link and where's the benefit for both sides? As you said, one side, of course, is the token, and there might be speculative approaches there. There might be investors who are contributors, for the sense, who are interested, in acquiring the tokens for actually seeing the energy efficiency improvements being applied to. But let's not forget about, I would say, the industrial side. The industrial side is also very interested to the crypto community in that sense. Why? Because they perceive them as contributors who have actually understood the meaning, the sense of their energy efficiency improvements, and are willing actually to share part of those benefits with the community. Because that's the whole point, Andrea. So as we had the chance to discuss back in the day, when you participate in an energy efficiency project, and then I'll get into the details in a minute, but you're really helping a company starting to decarbonize from the real, I would say, roots of where decarbonization should start. Don't get me wrong, we've been in the offset market for many years, and we're not a company which actually accuses carbon offsets to be greenwashing activity. What we think that carbon offsets should contribute to, I would say, what absolutely cannot be reduced upstream, so at the source. Energy efficiency on the other side hits where it matters the most. Absolutely. So you're actually starting decarbonizing, and so therefore reducing your energy consumption, and so your I would say overall carbon footprint right where you produce, so in your company. Absolutely. So when we started, but let me get just to give you a bit of background, because I think, Andrea, this is important. It'll just take me a minute, but it's also for the community to better understand where we're at and what we're doing. Let me take an example of a carbon offset. You start protecting a forest or a piece of land in the Amazon, which was due to be cut down, right? They already have potentially a concession to be cut down for paper or for cattle, which is completely wrong in my view. But you decide to acquire that piece of land and protect it, right? So instead of making money out of cattle or cutting down the trees and selling the wood, you actually decide to protect the forest and contribute to the growth of the biodiversity in the area. For that, you can apply for carbon credits, and you can get offsets which can then be used anywhere in the world. Renewable energy is the same. You decide to implement renewable energy sources somewhere, let's say in Vietnam or Thailand, Indonesia, in the African continent, for example, or South America, and you can apply to get renewable energy certificates, which can then, be sold to companies worldwide. Exactly, and they can claim to have used renewable energy. Now, since energy efficiency, let me do the example of energy efficiency. So I'll follow this link. You start implementing an energy efficiency project somewhere. You apply to actually have them digitized under the form of a token, And someone around the world can actually claim to have saved a megawatt of energy somewhere else as well, to have used that savings to actually offset consumption somewhere else. The concept is exactly the same. The big difference here is that you're actually implementing, I would say, a project which is actually reducing consumption instead of following up. So offsets are there to offset something that there's already being produced, right? Renewable energy is basically certifying a renewable energy source for a megawatt you're still going to use. Energy efficiency is certifying something you're stopping to use, you're actually reduced and will continue to reduce over time. So it's actually, I would say, enormous difference between the two others examples that I made for a very precise reasons. You're actually reducing consumption instead of running behind of a continuous energy demand or an already emitted ton. So you're actually preventing, all right, at the source instead of having to run after and capture after the damage has already been done. So clean
it's
up.
already been done.
Here it's not a cleanup, it's a prevention, right? So when you went to the doctor, it's better to prevent the disease instead of to cure it. So offsets are not really a cure, but I would say a medicine for something that's already been emitted. Renewable energy cleans up a megawatt that's already being produced somewhere else using coal or gas. Energy efficiency actually represents non-used megawatts. So I would say the best of the best.
Exactly. And people have been asking us also about COP26. What is coming out of that? How is that important, and why is it important to see the world leaders coming together and talking about the issues in the climate, and what do we expect to come out of that? Is that going to be beneficial for us as a company? Is that going to be beneficial for us in a network? That's also important.
Absolutely, yes. So let me take 2 minutes to explain why the COP is beneficial to us as a company, but why we shouldn't expect the COP to solve all issues. So to be for the sake of transparency, there's a lot of hopes being put at COP26, which is ongoing in Glasgow, and we have a couple of people there at the moment. Two of our team members are actually in Glasgow speaking with stakeholders. The truth is that one conference isn't going to solve the problems, right? That's for sure. You might say there's been 26 before this one. That's why they call it COP26. I agree with you. Most of those have been unfortunately unfruitful. But what it does, it's something else. Never mind if the governments don't start taking action at this conference. They will have to do it sooner or later. Hopefully sooner than later, because we're running out of time towards climate change. But what it is doing for sure, it's the awareness of the private entities. So the private sector is at COP26, and they're there in masses. There's so many companies being there, from the institutional groups and banks to international multinational companies to smaller stakeholders to indigenous communities, which are participating in these events, and also side events, which are, for a certain matter, more important even than the main event. Therefore, we'll see what I would say is the main drive behind the force of technology being implemented towards trying to avoid or reduce the effects of climate change, and that's the private sector investments. So to answer your question in a direct way, COP26 might or might not get a political agenda out which is strong enough for decarbonization. But what I'm sure about, and this is also the reports I get from my people up at COP, is that the private sector is there and is starting to kick in extremely strongly with finance and with enormous amounts of funds and technology to actually start, in the decarbonization path, be that on an industrial level or nature-based solutions. But so yes, to answer your question, COP is extremely important. If the governments don't do anything, don't worry too much. Not because they're not doing. We should worry that governments aren't listening to, I would say, the community stakeholders and the global public. But the private sector is so much engaged, and this has brought so much hype to this market right now. it's unbelievable. Let me give you a brief background. When we started Efforce in 2018, we started pitching, this idea to so many investors that, funds which are right now starting to say, oh, we're so big in investing in ESG and reducing, in carbon emissions. And back in the day, and we're not talking, Stone Age, we're talking 3 to 4 years ago, we were pitching the idea behind Efforce, in decarbonization. They said, oh, no, we don't really understand that. Why should people spend money, in green technology at the moment? It's not really a thing. Those same funds, probably they forgot, but their main analysts are now the same ones who are seeking us to give us funds, right? And that we're turning down now because, we don't need those funds anymore. So these guys are scrambling, but it's not bad, right? Mine is not a critic. It's better late than never, especially for climate. There's never enough, right? The more we can decarbonize, the more funds jump into the business, the better. What I'm saying is that why it's beneficial for a company like Efforce, because we've been there ahead of time. So we now had the time to actually settle, I would say, in this new hyped market. And we see that also beneficial from the clients who are starting to approach us. Behind this, we see a number of companies who are starting to work with us. And this, of course, is, I would say, something that's makes us appreciate that we started way ahead of time compared to many others.
Can I also, since not everyone knows, we've been talking to the community about this. So the people that have been involved for a long time, they know about this. But tell us about also how many clients you served over the years. What is the company's growth right now in terms of ITER, and then what has been Passport to Efforce?
Yeah. So sure. So the company, as you know, started in a kitchen from one of our partners, and we started from, I would say, a 3 to 4 people company, and now I would say we have more than 8 offices around the world as AIDER. We help north of 1,000 companies be compliant with nature, as we say. That's our motto. And of course, a big chunk of this business was actually linked to energy efficiency. The turnover for this year, we have revenues in excess of roughly 400 million euros, which is, I would say, an interesting, scale. If we consider that just a few years back, we were around 100 million. So that gives you an idea of how the business is scaled fast. I would say that starting 2018, we started, I would say, allow me the term, passporting most of our energy efficiency business to Efforce. So most of the industrial clients which were working with us in the energy efficiency space were actually transported over to Efforce to start implementing energy efficiency measures and giving them the possibility to actually, first of all, start to understand what blockchain was, how blockchain technology could actually benefit energy efficiency improvements that they were implementing in the company, but not really from, I would say, a token perspective or from an investment perspective, more from a monitoring perspective, right?
Yes.
So from the quality of the monitoring that they could actually apply, and actually start to get accustomed with the technology, which wasn't new because, as we know, blockchain has been around since 2010. But for industrial, you have to understand that changes do take time. And so by starting to get them accustomed with blockchain technology, we gave them, the possibility to actually get accustomed with the technology, which would benefit them over the years. And that has proven successful because, then, word to mouth, companies started talking about, the benefits of blockchain technology and energy efficiency. So when we now approach companies, yes, there's still some doubts, I would say, but not really linked to the blockchain technology itself, but how they could actually implement it and how they could use it. So there's always, I would say, a learning curve, but less than when we started in the first days.
Oh, totally.
And we see that also from the perspective of financial institution. When we first started, a project, and with old school project, so we started implementing blockchain technology to monitor energy savings in an industrial company, which was actually linked to production of beverages back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
This company was relying on an international bank for funding, and when they found out blockchain technology was used, the bank was kind of scared, not because of the crypto side of things, but really because they really want to understand what would change if, instead of engaging, I would say, an engineering company to do the monitoring manually, why blockchain technology would actually give them a feeding of the data automatically, so that they could monitor it, more precisely. So we had to go through an educational phase, not only, I would say, from the industrial side, but also from the financial one, which I think the crypto community understands way better than I do.
Jacopo, thank you so much for joining us. I think your sessions are always interesting, and I want the community to get to know you a little bit better, even in the future, because the amount of knowledge and the depth of things that you've gone through to build this company and to build something that is so big, and it's going to bring such a massive change to the industrial space, and also to the way that we're tackling the climate change. That's very, very important. So thank you so much for being with us. I now have to cut. I'm sorry, because we have the 11:30. I can already see that we have Dave. So thank you.
Thanks to you. And I'll leave it on to you guys for the great job you're doing. Thanks for having me today.
Apparently, you inspire confidence, which is good.
I'm happy to hear that. And, I'm sorry I didn't join much the community lately, but we've been really heads down, on the engineering side. And therefore, sometimes, good things come to those who can wait. I know the wait has been quite long for the community. Trust me, we haven't been, I would say, unfortunately, we haven't been on a beach relaxing, but we've been I would say, developing the product more and more, and getting in touch with a number of large entities, which we'll hope to communicate in the very short term.
Absolutely.
I'll leave it on to you and Dave.
Thank you,
thanks so much for having me today. Thank you. Thanks. Bye-bye.
And now it's about Dave Shin. So I think I wouldn't do justice if I just said ex-banker that is involved in crypto for a long time. So I want Dave to come online and tell us a little bit about his background. This session here is going to be different. We want to give different perspectives to the community about things, not just in the energy space, but how the crypto space is evolving, and how the GameFi is evolving, and how that is changing. How is that bringing the blockchain space to the next phase and next evolution? So thank you, Dave, for joining us. I can see you. It's afternoon in Singapore.
It's late. Well, early evening. It's 6:30 p.m. here on Saturday. But good to see you. How are you?
Good. Hope you're well. So thank you for coming. Thank you for coming to the event. It's a pleasure to hear from you, see you, and your experience. I think it's so broad and well-rounded that it will be good for the community also to get to know you a little bit better if they don't know you yet. So just a word about your background if you want. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Sure. Thanks for that, Andrea. So I am Korean, but born and raised in Toronto, Canada. I left Canada about 20 years ago, mainly for tax reasons, and because of my career at the time. I was an investment banker for almost 20 years. Not in operations or technology, but working in the front office on trading floors, heading up sales for large banks. I've worked for the American investment banks, British, and a Canadian bank just before. I decided I would retire from banking completely in 2019. So just to take a step back, how did I get involved with crypto and blockchain? In 2012, I was based in Hong Kong. I was working for Barclays at the time, And a friend of mine, we were having a beer, and he asked me if I heard of Bitcoin. I said no, and he's like, "You should go and Google it." And so I did, and I just felt, I got Satoshi's white paper like everyone else did, and I fell down the rabbit's hole. I'm not sure why, but it just hit me pretty hard, and what I decided to do off the back of that was I felt like I needed to get involved in the tech somehow. So I ended up becoming one of the first ASIC miners. I was able to purchase about 275 terahashes worth of equipment back in end of 2012, early 2013.
Nice.
And it was very difficult back then because of both supply chain constraints, but also because of the fabrication process. There were really only two fabricators, and everyone was trying to jam in on their assembly line. So anyway, so I did that, and then decided it was a means to an end. Mining was a means to an end. At least that's what the models that we were running were telling us. And so I started looking at payments, and then I got involved with Ripple in 2013. So that was in the second half of 2013. After we sold our equipment, I decided to move on to Ripple. Started writing a paper and a thesis about how Ripple could be used for going after SWIFT for cross-border payments. At the time, people weren't looking at that. Not even Ripple was looking at it. Ripple, if anyone was around back then, was more concerned about incentivizing developers to set up XRP gateways around the world. And there was a guy named Ryan Terabellini who was kind of responsible for all of that for Ripple. He and I became really, really good friends. He liked my idea. He started speaking to people at Ripple about it. Next thing you knew, I got a call from Chris Larson. They asked me to fly in. So I did to San Francisco, and I spent about 2-3 days there whiteboarding for Chris and his management team why they should be going after Swift. From there, I was, where did I go from there? Yeah, introduced Chris to Matthew Mellon. Matt used to come out and see me out in Asia. He was an early Bitcoin mover, mainly because of the Winklevoss twins introducing him to it. That's when Matt introduced me to Barry Silbert. Barry was running secondary markets at the time, but he was just starting to set up an OTC desk. So very early, doing a lot of stuff. Fast forward real quick so I don't bore your audience too much.
No, it's not boring. OG.
Fast forward a bit, I did some work with Stellar, did some work with Darkcoin. That was another one that I was really early involved with. I was one of the early masternode guys. I really like proof of stake, and if anyone knows about the history of proof of stake, Darkcoin was the first to really come up with that, or one of the first anyway. But they were also one of the first to come up with a governance model and structure, and so we really worked with the guys to help them there. In 2019, I was just like, okay, I've been doing enough of the Bruce Wayne Batman thing, daytime, working, running sales for these banks, and then at night I was moonlighting, working on all these crypto projects. So I pulled the plug in 2019. I said enough is enough, and lo and behold, a friend named Stefan, who I think is going to be speaking here.
He's speaking later.
Yeah, so Stefan and I connected after a few years of not speaking for various reasons, just because we were busy. We reconnected, and he's like, "You should come, work for us, help Roger out." And so I went and set up the Bitcoin.com exchange. Did that for about 6 months before a guy named Max Kelly in the U.S., who's a very well-known cybersecurity person. Max was, people can Google his name, but Max was the head of cybersecurity at Facebook, and then he went over to the NSA to run their cyber program. So he has a startup called Redacted, and he asked me to set up Redacted East in Asia. So I did that. From there, I had a call from the foundation, Tesla's foundation. And they said they were looking at restructuring Asia, and they asked me if I could help. So I wrote something called the Asia Vision Plan for them, and It got approved by the board. They wanted me to execute it, so I came on board and executed that for about a year and a half. And then I had a call from the founders of Kakao. Kakao is Korea's largest tech company. They called
We
me
see
about,
people writing in Korean, so maybe you can say hi to them.
yeah, 안녕하세요. I had specifically, I had the vice chairman of Kakao. He's one of the founders. He called me and we met for several weeks just to discuss and
Yes.
speak and get to know each other. And ultimately, he asked me to come and help them with expanding Clayton globally,
Yes.
to take it out of Korea and make it global. So I said yes, and so I've been doing that for the last 3.5 months.
And
It's a
for
long,
those who don't know, what's Clayton? This.
yeah. Clayton is Kakao is the largest tech company in Korea. They
Yeah.
made their claim to fame by creating a chat platform called Kakao Talk, which is like WeChat in Korea. 95% of the Korean population is on it. It's fully integrated with many different functions. You can use it to basically ride hail. You can use it to shop. You can use it to
It's a
chat.
super
You
app.
can use it to pay. Yeah, basically it's like WeChat of Korea. They decided to launch in 2019 their own blockchain, and so that's called Clayton.
Okay, fantastic. So the title of your talk is about GameFi. You wanted to talk about specifically about GameFi win blockchain. I
Yes.
want to know what you have in mind for that.
Yeah, no, thanks for that. I know this is more geared towards energy on blockchain, which I think is tremendously
Yeah.
important and very interesting. But I agree with you. I think, with these sessions, sometimes it's nice to hear about what else is going on. And so, yeah, for me, I wanted to speak about the marriage of gaming and blockchain and what I believe that's going to do for the industry. So,
Please.
with blockchain, really it's a platform that allows you to change economic models or build different business models, right? And so we've been seeing that with blockchain sort of disrupting finance, blockchain disrupting things like supply chain, blockchain disrupting energy. It's moving into all these different business models, and it's creating alternative vectors for companies and people to do business within that sector.
Yes.
No different in gaming, and I'm sure a lot of your audience that's listening in now or watching probably already know there's a big movement around gaming, and a lot of it was
Totally.
kind of geared around the success of Axie Infinity, and the more so some of the residual things that came off the back of Axie Infinity, like YGG, and so that industry, I believe we're just at the nascent stages, which we are obviously, but
Yeah.
the question is, what does it look like next, right? When that grows up, what's it going to look like? And growing up, obviously, in crypto is like 1 to 2 years,
Yes.
given how things move so quickly. And in 1 to 2 years, I really do see more traditional gaming companies coming on board. And I'll talk a little bit about what that looks like. But initially, I think they're going to be coming on board. The impetus being that, people are tired of building on Apple or Google.
Yes. Yes.
We've seen it with the
Or
legal
Meta.
battles. Exactly. So, we've seen a lot of this with the legal battles that have been in the public between, what is it, the creator of Fortnite. I just lost the name for a second, but the large gaming company that created Fortnite and Apple.
Yeah.
And I've seen headlines where their management team have pretty much said, we're open for business to look at open source and blockchain. And I strongly believe that there's probably going to be more gaming companies that look at blockchain as an alternative. And
Yes.
it's not just because Apple's, fleecing them of their profits, which they are, but it's also because I think they're seeing what I'm seeing, which is if you marry blockchain with gaming, you all of a
Yes.
sudden create the opportunity to have in-game assets be fungible with crypto assets.
Yeah. And you
And
have
that's
new
game
access
changing.
points. You have
That's
new
right.
access points because now it's for a broader market. It's not for the nerds like us, the price movements, order books. It becomes something that you can see, you can use, even though it stays in the metaverse. It still becomes more accessible to people and relatable to people. Yeah.
That's right. You all of a sudden make, you start moving towards Ready Player One.
Yes.
At the end of the day, that's where I think we're going, right? It's
Yes.
a combination of, I see it as a Venn diagram, Andrea. Like
Yeah.
I see one circle being gaming, one circle being metaverse, and another circle being blockchain.
Yes.
And assets that the blockchain bring into this Venn diagram, whether it's NFTs or in-game
Yes.
tokens or, so that gray area of the Venn diagram is this new gaming economy that I think is going to
Yes.
only grow. And
But do you think?
that's really interesting.
Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
No. I was asking also for companies that are not in the game space, for example. So we are, for example, involved in the energy space. So getting and looking into a model which is different from our normal modus operandis, I would say. Uh, do you think it's worth it for companies that are trying to educate their community to get involved into a more gamified experience, and maybe bring together NFTs and things like this?
Yeah, no, that's a very good question. As we grow our traditional behaviors into digital behaviors because of the applications that we're using, and the new technologies that keep coming out, I think what will happen is people's expectations, but also their tolerance and their patience levels will start decreasing.
Yes.
And in order to keep them on the screen, whether it's for trading reasons, shopping reasons, gaming reasons, whatever it is, I think you do have to you have to gradually move to a model where it's a lot more interactive when they're transacting.
Yes.
And so I agree with you on the gamification piece.
Yeah. I've seen companies in the space, for example, working on NFTs for sustainability. So that's something that it's already buzzing in this space. Of course, you don't have to force the model, right? Like having to do NFTs because everyone else is doing NFTs might not be the best strategy. But I do see it, as you are saying, as a new way of accessing a broader audience, because you can educate people in a different way, and they can get rewarded for their positive actions in a different way, because maybe megawas and credits are not sexy enough, but maybe you get a gamified certificate of some sort that you participated into an event, and that you get an NFT, and that's tradable. Those type of things are things that we also brainstorming a lot internally. So that's it's a very, very good point. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, no, it's quite intriguing how we're really moving from sort of the analog-based transactions that
Yes.
we're all accustomed to more of a dynamic transaction.
Yes.
But the underlying transaction obviously is the most important thing here and how that settles. But things that surround that transaction and the behavior of the user, and being able to control a little bit of that through the application, I think that you'll see a lot more of that. That's why I'm a real believer in investing in gaming studios these days, Andrea,
Yes.
because I think the element of gamification and to be able to create those applications to drive that kind of behavior really is at that level, at the UX level.
100%.
And I really think sort of developers are going to go from the core developer guys probably getting paid more or less because that's getting more
Yeah.
commoditized,
Yeah.
and sort of the higher level UX guys getting paid more
Unreal
because
Engine.
yeah, exactly, because I think that
Unreal, finding people that build on Unreal, it's super difficult right now.
it is,
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
So
yeah.
yeah, big fan of gaming development
That's cool.
centers.
That's
Yeah.
really cool. I mean, I'm exposed to this type of space a lot, so I fully share the vision with you. That's cool. So, what message would you give to people that are looking at this session today? What is the thing that is pressing for you to say to them? What would you like to share?
Yeah, I look, it's such a great time to be just taking a step back away from gaming. That's interesting to talk about, but to
Yeah.
take a step back and look at the Google Earth view of what's really going on here, right?
Hmm.
Um, it's no longer really about just disrupting industries. It's
Yeah.
about, this technology, we know it works now. We're beyond the beta phase. We're,
Hmm.
we're beyond the beta phase. And I think what it's about is now enterprises now coming and saying, okay, there's a whole bunch of startups coming and surrounding us, and we need to
Yes.
figure out what we want to do. And we're forcing change on these, large juggernaut corporations, which I think is a net benefit.
Hmm.
The fact of the matter is, though, they're not really in tune to all the latest technology that's coming down sort of the open source pipeline.
Hmm.
And I see real opportunities for companies and startups to, partner and work with larger companies, whether it's large energy companies or large hydro companies or whatever it is,
Yes.
um, and really kind of rather than fight them or go against them,
Hmm.
try and look at ways to work with them because I think they have a wide distribution channel,
Yes.
and they acknowledge the fact that they need to move to more of a blockchain-based solution for
Hmm.
how they operate. And it could be for cost reasons, it could be for strategic reasons, but there's a motive and a driver there. And for companies that are in the startup space that are getting involved with with blockchain and whether it be in energy or gaming or trade or what have you, I think that's the right angle to go to. Right? The
Yeah.
mindset has always been in this industry that we're going to go disrupt these guys. But I just feel like the timing is such now that, thinking of partnering with the
Fine.
larger corporations could be a better model to work with these days.
Absolutely. But how do you see the fact that big corporations are used to control everything? They're very centralized, and they run the processes. They're the Deus ex machina. Like they work across the board that they own everything. How do you think losing control, because ultimately blockchain also brings a self ownership, so the fact that you can be owner of your own assets, whether it's game assets, whether it's certificates for trading, whether it's energy saved, you are the owner of those things. How do you think the companies still perceive, is there resistance from corporations to move into a more, okay, open source, and I also lose ownership of these things? How am I going to make money for my shareholders? Is that something that is going to change, or how do you see that resistance on that side?
I think it's going to change. I mean, I look at
Yeah.
banking as the most obvious sector to compare this
Yes.
with, and you can clearly see they're giving in, right? Like
Yeah.
they've been waving the white flag.
Yeah.
And I don't see any difference in sort of the energy sector or
Hmm.
um, oil and gas, or, I just, any sector, I think they're watching closely what's going on with banking and finance.
Hmm.
And they're probably hiring or paying more attention to blockchain and getting their staff more educated or what have you. But I think
Hmm.
they are definitely looking at it, and um, there's no stopping it. It just,
Yes.
I don't want to sound like I'm jumping on this train of, yeah, this tech is the best and it's going to dominate the world. The reality is, it's too expensive for companies to scale these days
Hmm.
on private networks. It is just too expensive.
Yes.
Secondly, the cyber risk of concentrating, your organization on several servers across AWS or a private data center. I mean, the next generation of hackers are crazy. It's
Yes.
going to be very risky. The US, they're on such an antiquated grid system. They got hacked really easily, and they still don't know who the hell
Yes.
did it. They have no proof.
Yeah.
So I think, with hacks becoming a lot more complex, a lot more anonymous, that being a big risk, Also, the fact that you're surrounded by a whole bunch of startups that want to disrupt your business, they have no choice. Whatever industry it is, I think they're going to have to start looking at this stuff.
Yes. We have a question from Michael, which he is always very insightful. He's a member of our community. Michael is asking, I don't really get the long-term value of NFTs and how are there such a liquidity niche? Because he thinks that feels to me like more. Yeah, exactly. You can read it off there because it's very small on my screen.
Yeah, it's small amounts. Feels to me like they are a time and a place thing that have a high risk of being hard to trade out in the future. Supply always grows, but demand will move to the. Yeah, look, is it Michael? Michael, nice
Yes.
to meet you. My view is NFTs are very frothy. I mean, it feels very much like 2017 ICO, like we're in a
Yes.
2017 ICO moment right now.
Yes.
And I tell my friends, like, you really have to be careful here. Like, how many more digital monkeys or whatever it is are people going to pay millions of
Lord
dollars for?
Apes.
Now, there will be the premium for the high quality stuff, and I think they'll probably hold the value. But all this other stuff is just very frothy to me.
Yes.
The real use case, which I don't think people have jumped on yet, but we're looking at Clayton. It's one of our priorities. Is using NFTs for things like in the events world,
Digital.
like
Yeah.
it's digital
Experiences.
tickets.
Yeah.
Digital tickets. So
Yeah.
think of a concert ticket being an NFT. You
Mhm.
go, and then a lot of people used to keep ticket. Maybe I'm aging myself here, but they used to keep the ticket stubs as a souvenir.
Yeah.
Now you go to a concert and you get to keep, because your ticket is an actual NFT, that is your souvenir. So there's
Yes.
dual purpose, but you can also create potentially secondary markets from that,
Yes.
right? So the scalper market.
Yes.
So to me, when you start using NFTs in sort of a more real world utility perspective,
Yes.
I think this is where the value of the underlying protocol becomes a lot more core to the
I agree.
ecosystems. And that's when the value really sticks. Right now, it's
Yeah.
not sticky value, it's very frothy value. The other
Yeah.
one last thing I will say is that we're working on with NFTs is that we are looking at the future of avatars being
Yes.
an NFT. Because you and I, like Michael, you and I were different people. We have different DNA. We're unique. In the future, when we're at Ready Player One level, your avatar should be, from a DNA perspective, different than mine, and this is what the NFT will drive, in my
Yes.
view.
I fully agree. I also like the perspective that you're bringing about the experience beyond the digital world. So connecting digital and physical. So with this phygital space, because NFTs ultimately are contracts, but they're visible. You have nice way to show it, and the fact that you can go backstage for your life because you bought a piece, it's really cool. So if you like a band and you want to go forever to every single backstage, then you buy a premium NFT. That could be a real use case. So I'm really of the same school, I would say.
Yeah, the
Um,
other thing too there is airline tickets, right? So
yeah.
instead of it, the problem with
Totally.
airlines is when they're issuing air miles, it sits
Yes.
on their balance sheet as a liability. So it's
Yes.
very difficult for them to make it fungible. But if
Yes.
you issue an airline ticket as an NFT and that becomes your reward point, it
Yes.
no longer sits on their balance sheet as a liability, and therefore they can make it cross fungible,
Yes.
which makes it pretty powerful. So there's lots
Yes.
of ways to skin the
Fantastic.
cat.
No, your perspective is great, and also because it's confirming a lot of my own thinking as a private investor as well. So that's something that I really resonate with. So yeah, thank you so much for this. I know time is running out. Yes, it's almost time. So if there is anyone that has any questions, maybe we have some Korean questions there. I don't know if they're questions or insults. So
Maybe I'll leave them just in case.
exactly, just leave them for
Yeah, yeah,
sure.
just in case.
Just leave them for sure.
But yeah,
But
no, I
thank you so much for
appreciate.
being with us.
Yeah, thanks, Andrea. As always, I appreciate you having me on. And I know we didn't speak too much about the topic of choice here, which is energy, but the one last thing I will say is I'm a huge fan of what you're doing. I'm a huge fan
Thank you.
of, you tackling the energy industry. I think it's a great thing. And I wish you guys and your fan base and your user group nothing but a ton of success in the future.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you. It's been great to see you. And now we have 15-minute break, and then we're gonna come back online with Nicholas Merton, the founder of Data Dash. So for those who have been following him on YouTube, it's is one of the biggest channels when it comes to crypto trading, and Nicholas is going to be online in 15 minutes. So please stay with us and make sure that you prepare some questions. We're gonna talk about the future of energy as well. Nicholas has some very interesting opinions about that. So I'm sure that this will be a fun section. So yeah, let's see each other in 15 minutes. Thank you. Hello, hello, and we're back. Hope the wait wasn't too long. We have to organize between sessions. It's gonna be a long day as well. 9 hours. It's pretty long. Um, so to the next speaker now, it's a great pleasure to have Nicholas with us. As I said previously, he's the founder of one of the largest crypto channels, but not just crypto. He's very, very insightful in all the analysis that he does. I've been personally following him for a number of years. And today, the title of the talk with him is going to be The Future of Energy. The future of energy, probably from a different perspective than what we talked about with Jacopo, from more the regulatory side. Nicholas has more of the experience in the crypto space, I would say. So I really look forward to having him with us, and I want to thank him also on behalf of the whole team. So thank you for being with us, Nicholas. I don't know where you are in the world right now, but I hope you're in a comfortable time zone.
Thank you, man. No, Andre, it's a pleasure to be. I'm in Europe at the moment, and yeah, I'm excited to be here. For me, this is a huge passion topic. I end up talking so much about crypto, but when I get a chance to talk about the macro trends and energy and new exciting innovations that are going to make the world better, I get pumped up. So I'm ready to go.
That's great. That's great. Well, first of all, for the people that don't know you, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, for sure. So my name is Nicholas Merton, as Andre introduced me earlier, and I appreciate that. Outside of that, I run the YouTube channel DataDash, one of the larger YouTube channels in the crypto space, where I not only cover crypto markets, but try to dive into the macro analysis of where crypto stands as an asset class. I come from a background of trading equities, commodities, and Forex markets over the last 10 years. So I've been able to take a lot of experience. I also have a application called Digifox. It's a crypto app that allows you to receive a portion or all of your income in the form of crypto in the near future. We're going to be launching it in the coming months. So that's generally my world. I'm all over the crypto space. I love innovation, and I love finding ways to take really awesome innovative technologies and really put them through the S curve of adoption and bring them to a mainstream audience.
Amazing, amazing, amazing. So energy. I was quite surprised that this was actually a passion of yours. So I'm very grateful about your going a little bit outside of the usual crypto thing. Tell us about what you're thinking about when you think about the future of energy, and why do you think this topic matters?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, over the last couple of years, the first area I started investing in the market and really kind of putting my money where my mouth was on what I was excited on and what I thought was going to be the future was solar energy. I was also watching the nuclear sector as well, with the concept of small modular reactors, or just generally newer reactors that people could build, because I have this really big idea of that in the next couple of years, we're going to be seeing some kind of S curve or major adoption event for energy. It takes a lot of great technologies, sometimes many years, if not decades, to take that adoption curve. And solar, I think, as well as nuclear, as I'll talk about later on, I think they're at that inflection point where between governmental pressure and the structural readjustments post-COVID have been really pushing for these efforts, as well as the absolute need to do this to be able to meet the targets the governments have set for carbon reduction. I think that we're at that inflection point. So, in regards to like the first topic, which is obviously solar and wind, the cost of solar, photovoltaic solar cells have gotten to the point where we've started to see major S-curve growth in actual installations per year, not just across the globe, but really in the United States. I've been very proud to see this. For example, the metrics are that going into 2025, the DOE, or Department of Energy, the federal department that really pursues setting in energy policies in the United States, they have a target estimate that if they want to reach the goals they have in order to actually move towards a sustainable grid, that they're going to be producing 30 gigawatts of new solar PV cell installations across the United States on an annualized basis. And after 2025 to 2030, they're going to have to bump that up to around 60. So it's getting really, really fast paced. And that's starting to cut off a lot of the traditional demand for fossil fuels in the US. The second one is yeah.
Please,
The
please.
other the other one I was just going to say was also with nuclear, because that was something that it took me some time. I used to have a negative opinion on nuclear, but that's another form of near zero emission energy that's really sustainable, doesn't have the battery issues of solar and wind. So I think that seeing the advancements in small modular reactors, or SMRs, is really exciting. I think just in this past 2 weeks in China and Romania and in the kind of Siberian region of Russia, there have been 3 new SMR projects that are all kind of claiming to be the first actual deployable SMR. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's fantastic. The perspective that we try to bring also I know that maybe the project is also a little bit new to you. So the perspective that we're trying to bring to the market is more on the energy efficiency side, which is something that as a YouTuber also with a lot of following, I want to learn also from you. How do you think the best way to promote difficult concepts and things that are not so easy to grasp, like energy efficiency, what is the best way to start talking to the public about it? Because energy efficiency, the concept of reducing energy instead of producing energy, even if the production is green, reducing energy actually means for companies to make profit, because they were paying utility bills before, and then all of a sudden they start paying 50% or 70% less because they just upgraded pieces of their infrastructure with newer technology that allows them to reduce the cost of energy, their infrastructural cost. So for us as Efforce, we are literally a platform that brings together the projects, so the companies that want to be more efficient, the Escos, the energy service company all around the world, and the contributors. So like Kickstarter of energy efficiency, I would say, so people can bring their projects there and bring energy efficiency to the masses. Very difficult to explain. Very. I have to talk to the community every month and slowly getting there. But so what do you think is the approach to talk about something like this?
Yeah, I know this isn't something I hold to people overall, like in their lives, because I think as you're mentioning with this idea of whether it be that we're producing new energy or we're actually going about finding ways to reduce energy from the things that we're already doing, maybe cutting out certain practices or doing them in a more efficient way. I think of it as, either one of two analogies in like your personal life. Either in your personal life, you're focusing on cutting bad habits that may, for example, take a lot of your mental energy as an individual, or outside of that as well, being able to do day-to-day habits that start to reduce, whether it be your carbon footprint, any kind of activities that might be harming the environment around you. So from the moment I'm using my computer right now to do this call, and the streaming service that's broadcasting this, we have to think about how much energy that's consuming. So I think about it first on a personal level, but I personally don't really hold myself directly accountable, because some of the things you can't be too hard on yourself, right? But it's a good way to start to visualize I have a certain level of impact. Same with companies. Yes. So either you've got to do one of two things. Either you do have to find some way to offset your footprint if that's what you desire, or find ways to automate and simplify procedures that you already go through on a day-to-day basis. So, yeah,
absolutely. And the idea of trading a new form of credit, this is something you as a trader, a new form of credit, this idea that we're creating around the megawatts, which is literally 1 megawatt hour of energy saved, that it's going to be traded on the market. It's like the carbon credit, but it's on energy saved. It's backed 1-to-1 by megawatt hour that we energy save. Right. So we're trying to bring that to the market. And so getting the masses into that, I think it's been one of my personal struggles on understanding how to communicate that thing. So any help on that side would be great.
No, I would say that for example, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, Andre, but if, for example, instead of going to work on a day-to-day basis, let's say there was a way I'd be able, and I know some companies, I think even some states specifically are looking at having like they're kind of viewing it in more of a penalizing way. They're thinking about having like a tax on your mileage, right? So let's say instead of going to the office 30 minutes down the road by car, I actually start working from home. Every single day, I'm not doing that. I'm saving energy in this case. I'm not consuming it. So I think that through some practical examples like that and being able to showcase that, hey, you can actually be rewarded for this, or you can tokenize that value of reducing energy, similar in a sense to carbon credits. I think it's a really exciting concept. Anything that can start to encourage, rather than force, but encourage people and incentivize saving energy. I think that that's a really interesting concept.
Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to communicate at the same time because I think we had an issue in the, okay, all is good. That's great. So you had a list of topics that you wanted to touch upon regarding the energy, especially what do you think proof of stake, the importance of proof of stake in the future of crypto, how things are evolving. Why do you think that matters in the way that we're moving crypto forward, and on the energy impact on things like this? So if you want to talk about proof of stake, I'm happy to, and all here.
Yeah, no, for sure, man. This is the one thing that I think is it's difficult to talk about in crypto because when it comes to crypto, you have many people responding that either it is an issue, the energy consumption of cryptocurrencies and blockchain networks, and some people who, especially those who are very big proponents of proof of work, that they say that there's no issue, it's vast majority renewable, this and that. And all the while, I do understand the sentiment that there's a large portion of Bitcoin mining that is renewable. Studies vary on the results, but you could say anywhere from about 33 to 50%. About a third to half of the energy is coming from renewable sources or low carbon emission technologies. At the same time, having the Bitcoin network still only processing, really, we got to talk about Bitcoin's really like the topic here when it comes to the hash rate. The thing about it is, as much as I love Bitcoin, the sheer fact that Bitcoin's only processing single digit transactions and not only comes with still some monetary costs, but outside of that is emitting this much per monetary transfers. It is a serious issue. And whether or not it's an issue in people's eyes today, it's going to continue to be one that regulators are going to harper over because we've obviously, all the financial regulators, they're allowing Bitcoin to exist. Like everything's moving through the pipeline good. There's new financial products covering Bitcoin. More people are owning it. And they're not looking to ban Bitcoin. The EPA, on the other hand, this is a perspective that someone brought to my attention recently, which is like, the EPA or the Department of Energy could start to say, hey, this is becoming a serious issue. We can't have natural gas or oil producers in Texas or various states throughout the US supplying Bitcoin mining rigs. And whether or not we agree with that, whether we think that's a good thing or bad thing, at the end of the day, that's going to be an area where governments can regulate on mining sector. So I think, I think the bottom line here, as you were hinting towards, Andre, is proof of stake. And I think that it's going to be an evolution where, whether it happens over the next 2 or 3 years or really over the next decade, it's going to be an evolution of either going towards a clean consensus mechanism like proof of stake that brings your gas, like your energy consumption down by 99.95% or more, then I think you're going to be out of luck. And that's where Ethereum and a lot of other players could really suffice against Bitcoin. It's a strong opinion I've grown over the past year or so. And it's not just because of my moral character, of like, oh, I want to save the environment. But really, the biggest point here is that governments, this is an area where they are going to regulate. I mean, if we've seen anything during this period of structural readjustments, they're making major adjustments on the world when it comes to energy. So
no, absolutely. And well, but then there is the whole argument about security. Is proof of stake more secure, less secure of proof of work? That part there, and some people do say that proof of work is the most efficient way to move energy around. So that is something that still, it's kind of food for thought for sure. Someone just gave you a question. Ethereum tainted because is it proof of work? I don't know what. Okay.
No, I think it's a good question. So he was asking, is Ethereum like, I would say this. I don't think that Ethereum is per se tainted or a terrible network, especially if they're pursuing change, right? That would be like saying that I'm not going to buy anything from Amazon because it used gas-powered cars. I think overall, like there's much larger reasons to not like companies or corporations other than their carbon footprint, because at the end of the day, we all are guilty of it. No one has a 0% footprint on the world. That being said, it's really great to see companies, and even though I'm still really kind of mixed on carbon credits and these new emerging markets, at the same time, it's nice to at least see that there is not so much the government mandated level, and this is another big topic, carbon credits, which is that you see there's the mandated market and economies like Europe and other regions of the world. But you also have the voluntary market.
The
voluntary market's massive. This is huge. So for me, that's really exciting to see that companies are trying to take some kind of stand. The only thing that I'm really interested to see is more standardization and anti-corruption around the minting of these new carbon credits that people can purchase. So that's what's on my mind. But there's a couple projects. I know there's like Moss is one in the crypto space that's looking to tokenize the voluntary market, and that's really exciting. I'm always keen to hear about things like that, because whether or not this idea succeeds long term, even if it's a 10-20% chance at being a major impact on reducing emissions, that's exciting.
Yeah, our relationship to the carbon market, for example, when you use energy, and right now we have 7.8 billion people on this planet that are consuming energy all the time. When you use energy, that means that someone is producing it. It's transforming it. So if it's coming from fossil fuels, it's going to have a carbon footprint. If it's coming from solar, it's going to have a different carbon footprint. But on average, if you're using energy, there is a carbon footprint related to the use of energy. So our model has been around the reduction of energy instead of the production of energy, because in reality, when you reduce the energy consumption, you're also reducing your footprint on the environment. And the cool thing is that you don't even have to change your habits, because if you have a shop that needs to have the light on for 10 hours every day, you can't really change that. But you can take incandescent light bulbs and substitute it with LED lights. So you go from 100 watt per hour to 10 watt per hour. So this type of things, when educating people towards the idea of reducing energy and how important it is also to, in their own life, to reduce their footprint, I think that's very, very valuable. And this is what we're trying to educate people on. And sorry, please.
No, I was just gonna say, Andrea, I was actually curious because I would love to learn from you on this. So I understand completely what you mean about like the energy reduction by switching towards more efficient technologies. I'm curious. I want to kind of throw, maybe it's a curveball question, but I'm really interested because you're knee deep in this topic. I'm curious to hear, like, what is the biggest thing, and it could be really like big scale and maybe not achievable right away, but what's the biggest thing that humanity as a whole could do to make our everyday lives more energy efficient and reduce our energy consumption, but not have to per se change our day-to-day life? Do you have like some big things on your mind that you think the world could start to achieve?
Yeah, I mean, this is a really good question. I wish Jacopo was here. You missed their first session maybe, but our lives, as I said, we're so many people on this planet, and every day we're consuming more and more. So trying to chase this consumption of energy is not always ideal. So in order to reduce, we have to be conscious about the fact that reducing energy is going to have a real good impact in your life. But it's not just the, greenwashing is not just the fact people need to understand that they're saving the planet, but you can also use some incentives mechanism, because you just say to them, you were spending $100 on the electricity bill. Now you're spending $50. That means you have $50 more every month in your pocket that you can use for your own grocery shopping, for your household expenses. If you scale that to a business, then that's also becomes more money that you can spend on your own business, and your marginal cost for producing your actual product goes down a lot. So this is a huge thing for people. And the fact that you have companies like, for example, Efforce, that are giving you money for free because we just paid back, we are getting paid back from a percentage of the savings that you generated. So you're literally getting money for free, and you're becoming more energy efficient. And on top of that, you're having a better economics also for your own company, because you make a profit. So that I think is very important for the diffusion of that. As a person, you have to just look at the small things. So if you're a company owner, it's one thing, but if you are a person in the world, just look at the small things, like how is the lighting in your house? How is the heating system in your house? What type of insulation system you have in your house? So do you have glasses that are reducing the energy dissipation for a lot? So what this small things will have a huge impact on your electricity bills as a person, as an individual. And very similar rationale, you can use it as a company, because you can say, I'm wasting all of this heat. Maybe I get a heat pump of some sort that generates electricity. So cogeneration systems, they're all things that companies should look into. But sometimes they're thinking about, oh, it's going to cost so much money. I need $2 million to do this renovation. So bridging that gap by bringing a crowdfunding platform of some sort that brings all the stakeholder in a decentralized way, that's the way that we see as a really good way to start distributing this idea, diffusing this idea, which to date, by the way, it's a $250 billion market. So every year there are $250 billion invested in energy efficiency. Even just going on IEA, which is the International Energy Agency.org, they have all of the research about energy efficiency and how also individuals can think about efficiency. Sorry for the long answer, but
no,
yeah.
That's awesome, man. No, I'm happy to see that it's such a major industry, because that's one thing as well. I mean, and as you mentioned, like there's so much you can do in your personal life, like already, but at the same time there are limitations. That's why, like for me, like I'm always interested in like thinking about, like every once in a while I think about, for example, can I for example unplug certain outlets from the wall when I'm not utilizing them? That's a big thing, not only for safety, but also can reduce energy consumption for electrical compliances. Changing your light bulbs as well, turning off your computers or devices when you're not using them. Like a lot of things like that can add up. Maybe, for example, I would say like thinking about for all the activities that you do throughout your day to get certain goods or services, not doing as many rounds of deliveries. The thing that I feel terrible about is if, I'm ordering one item at a time and stuff from e-commerce websites. So I always make sure, like, if I don't need something urgently, just to get something in bulk, and try to keep it as low as possible. But I think you're right, Andre. I think there's a lot of things you can do yourself, but also on the corporate side, there's a massive amount of restructuring about how things are done that can start to bolster energy efficiency.
And the cool thing is that we always been relying on the government. Like we always been thinking about, okay, the government is going to help us to be more green and we're going to have some sort of an incentive. But now you have other tools. Now you start having the possibility of using crowdfunding mechanisms. So I think the evolution of that is also pretty interesting. It's really cool to see some appreciation and understanding about what we're doing as well. Our job is very complex because we're trying to educate not just the masses, but also the corporations on the other side on how to build this bridge, what it means for them to have a token around to incentivize people to actually participate in things like this. So I was very curious actually about your perspective about this, but thank you for sharing all of this.
Of course, man. Yeah.
Yeah. So let's see if there are questions. If you see anything interesting, please. You're more used to this than me.
It's all good, man.
The Efforce solution, if done right, could be big. That's it. Thank you, guys.
But also educating people to be more conscious, allowing people to offset their carbon. Yeah, no, I think again that's a very important point. Like, which is I think again, like to your point, you're talking about Andre. Like there's two parts to it. Like I think at the end of the day, you can't badger yourself for not being exactly zero carbon emissions. I mean, at that point, what's there to live if you can enjoy things, right?
Yeah.
That's a big thing that I always say like just to kind of cool people's minds when they get really caught up in like, I have to be incredibly efficient, right? We're not machines, right? But at the same time, as much as the government will help in certain regards, we shouldn't be dependent on government agencies to make all these solutions. You can make consumer-based choices. And I think, even as you mentioned, Andre, like there was a really interesting documentary I watched from VPRO, which is out of they're like the Dutch, Dutch-based media company, and they make some really great documentaries. But
I love
one of them they had, I can't remember the guy's name, but they had an interview with a guy who was part of Greenpeace back during the early days. Major kind of like tree hugging type, supporters of like saving the environment. And the thing is that he put a really interesting proposal ahead, which is that I think it was a very rational view, which was that, look, like you can do things, for example, you can buy an electric vehicle, you can do a lot of these things. But until you really change your like look at your entire lifestyle and really just realize like what kind of impact you have, you can't just simply buy your way out of your responsibility, right? So he like lives very simple. They live kind of off the grid. They have their own farm and stuff. They're really kind of they kind of detached from most of technology. And it was an interesting proposal. I think, albeit it might be too simplified. I think that's a kind of a third component. You've got the government here that's making changes we can make, in the sense of our consumption habits. And then third, thinking about our habitual habits, like, can we just change things in our life? Can we step away from things that we really don't need? So I view it as kind of a three-way pie chart that we have to consider.
Absolutely. Well, thank you. This has been very, very good. I think we're coming up to the half hour. I think I don't want to bother your Saturday any more than this.
No worries, man. No, it was a great conversation. For me, it's a big passion topic. So I'm excited to see some of the change that we're seeing in the world, and we'll see how it all goes. But I think that, Andre, what you're focusing on is something that it doesn't get talked about enough, which is the energy efficiency aspect. So I'm very happy that you guys are pursuing this.
Thank you very much. So thank you, Nicholas Merton, for being with us. It's been a pleasure. I have now Stefan Rust, and we will be waiting for Stefan to connect. So thank you so much for being with us, Nicholas. I couldn't tell you how much I appreciate your time, but thank you very much. And it was a super engaging conversation.
Thank you for having me, Andre. I appreciate it.
Yeah. So Stefan up next. I think we're waiting for him to connect now. I'll just check the beauty of the life. I'll just check if there is any connection issues. I'll carry on. I think he's on the way, but yes, I can take this time to read some of the comments also from Michael, which always Michael. Thank you so much for all of the work that you do. The great thing about crypto is how much innovation is surrounding in all the direction. Yeah. Thanks, Nicholas. Much appreciated. So for Nicholas, this comment was for Nicholas. So far, we've been interviewing 4 people. So I would love to know what you guys think about the first sessions. If you have questions, if you have things that we might want to touch upon, that's we're happy to receive questions. I think we could take 10 minutes break because I just want to make sure that Stefan is not having any issues. But in reality, prepare if you have some questions, because after Stefan, we also have Abdallah, and then we have a longer break. And after the break, we will have the bulk of the afternoon, which is going to be the most exciting part as well. If you've been waiting for Waz to speak, he's going to be our last speaker. So everything that revolves around the future of Efforce, what we're doing, what we're planning to do, it's also going to be discussed. And we have a little surprise. So just make sure that you tune in, you listen to everyone. We have some very, very exciting topics coming up. So let me go check if everything is okay, and we will be connecting back in 15 minutes. Thank you. Hello, hello, and we're back. So I apologize to the people that were watching before. I actually made a mistake. It wasn't 45 fast. So we actually had the 15-minute break already scheduled. So it is my pleasure to have now here on virtual stage Stefan Rust, dear friend, and also one of the most insightful and interesting characters that you can meet. Also because he has done all of the transitions in the from the mobile app space to then crypto, and now he is looking very, very heavily into ESG and the future of ESG. So it was almost mandatory for me to call him up because I do think that his insights are always fantastic. So I look forward to introducing you to Stefan Rust, and I'll get Stefan. I think he can do a bit of background about himself, so people don't know him. They can understand where he's coming from, what's his past, what's his background, and what he's been up to for the past decades, and how he sees the future of ESG. So yeah, Stefan, can you hear me well?
I can hear you really well. Thank you.
Perfect. How have you been? How
I've
you
been
are
really
today?
good.
It's you're in Hong Kong, so it's evening time for you. Thank you for taking your Saturday evening for us.
No, thank you very much for having me, and thank you for the audience for spending the time and to listen to me and what I have to say, and super excited to be here. Thank you.
Tell us a little bit about your background and how you fell into crypto and the next evolution of crypto, I would say.
Look, I've been in technology my whole career. I think you mentioned it earlier on. I started off very lucky to get into the internet early on, and then saw the opportunity of mobile, and really got in through mobile applications, and really grew the ecosystem as it related to building applications on top of mobile platforms. And as those mobile apps started to get built out, I did that at Sun Microsystems for Java virtual machines on these mobile devices. The iPhone came out in 2007, and I thought I had a bigger mission to do and to pursue, and that was helping other companies build out ecosystems. So I ventured out on my own, launched a company, and that startup then set up building out developer ecosystems for some of the world's largest technology companies. That was super fun, amazing. But it was about in 2012 where I came across a developer that we were working for on a project for Sony Ericsson, and that developer asked to be paid in crypto and Bitcoin at the time. So what's Bitcoin? I had to look it up. I checked it out. It was like really amazing, and that then led to me understanding and learning about Bitcoin. I got to know Bitcoin, and I didn't pay him at that time, but it was about 6 months or 12 months later, maybe 9 months later, where then I had purchased my Bitcoin using eBay and PayPal at the time, right? And it was I bought a lot at the time when he introduced me. At least it was at $5. I remember that, and I bought. I can't remember how many I bought, but I paid with a credit card, or PayPal with my credit card underlying the PayPal account. So it was very different situations to what we have today. Yeah. One thing led to the next. I got hooked on the fact that I could send somebody in real time at no cost, instantaneously around the world in a Skype conversation, Bitcoin, right? And that's really what got me hooked. And I loved it ever since. I then organized events. We did a Bitcoin meetup, and then really got hooked. And the last thing I was
Dave
doing,
Shin was here this morning.
Yeah, there you go. One of the persons I met at that exact meetup was Dave Shin. He was speaking at my conference at that time. Right? So it was
he
super
did
fantastic.
mention you. Yeah.
Oh yeah, there you go. And we ended up working together at Bitcoin.com as well again, right? So it was like it's anyway, it's a great community, and I love the community. It's one thing that I'm always impressed by or amazed by is everybody paints this community as being lawless, and it's always about gangsters and scammers and bad people. But actually, once you get to know the people and you meet them,
Mhm.
it's a very self-governing community, I find, right?
Yeah.
We all identify scammers. We warn each other of scammers. We use open
Mhm.
source codes to report. We report
Yeah.
scammers. We report potential threats and risks.
Mhm.
And I think that is something that is really unique to this industry, where you rely on
Absolutely.
each other. And because you're so digital and
Mhm.
across so many borders, you
Mhm.
really interact with each other and rely on each other's word. And look at us. I mean, we met
Yeah, exactly.
over online,
Yeah.
randomly. You pinged
Mhm.
me, and I remember that so vividly. And we met in London, and
Yeah.
cramped in a restaurant, and we've been in
Yeah.
touch ever since.
Yeah, exactly. No, but the sense of community is super important, I
Yeah.
think, in community in crypto. Um, when, in our topic, I wanted to have your perspective on ESG, like how crypto is influencing the ESG investments and how ESG investments are influencing crypto in a sense. So you're doing fantastic work with Sonic. I would love you to tell us a little bit more about that and what your perspectives are.
So when COVID hit, I really felt that
Mhm.
Bitcoin had a broader mission in its pursuit to provide a greater set of governance to protecting the human species on this planet. And it wasn't just anymore about just payments. We had a broader mission that we could leverage the
Mhm.
fact that we can put behavioral science and governance on the blockchain into smart contracts. And at the same time, we could tokenize elements of value that we appreciate. And I felt that the consumer today appreciates the planet that we experience, the great blue oceans, the blue skies, the colorful, mountains, the sunsets that we see. How do we protect that so that we can all continue to experience that? And if the consumer values that, that can be monetized or reflected in the tokens that are built around our planet and the assets that the planet represents. And so that's why I then set up Sonic Capital. And Sonic has that as a mission. But not only that, the advantage that Bitcoin provides, or blockchain and cryptocurrencies provides, is with smart contracts, the whole DeFi experience, right? Decentralized finance. And you're
Yes.
seeing projects like KlimaDAO, which are allowing the enabling the monetization of carbon credits in a fashion that we have never seen before. And
Yes.
let alone, governments can't decide that. Governments are not going to create these new innovative ways in which we can accelerate the awareness and the protection of our planet, and at the same time attract talent and innovators to come in and build solutions that are going to accelerate that race to net zero and protect our planet so that we can stay alive. The planet will always live on. It's not about the planet, it's about the human race living on the planet without having to wear masks and hazmat suits and stuff like that, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that future looks scary, but it also incredibly actual and true.
Yeah.
So when we started focusing on our side, when we started focusing on energy efficiency, we had a session before with Nicholas Merton from Data Dash. So yeah, DigiFox and Data Dash. We were discussing about the importance of educating people and how do we explain what we're trying to do, building that sense of community. And because you were saying governments are not going to innovate, they're not going to find the next solution to help us live on. But companies and networks, so DAOs in particular, having the evolution of that type of structure, where incentives are aligned. I think it's very, very powerful, and we're living in a transition phase, which I do believe as well that it's going to be super important for the future of our race. But how do you see the cooperation between different parties and different stakeholders in this fight against the climate change, against this heavy transformation of our society?
Yeah, look, I mean, and I think that's
Because you mentioned DAOs, and so that I wanted to get a sense also about that.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think what has really happened with cryptocurrencies is there has been a phenomenal shift away from this shareholders on the one hand, corporation in the middle, and then the user on the other hand, or the consumer or the customer on the other hand. What tokens have allowed is the combination of shareholder and user in one. And me as an entity, as a result, I have to now be so much more attuned to you as a user, because at the same time, you're a shareholder. At the same time, your token is a representation of your desire to utilize my service or my product or my software. And
Absolutely.
And I think that's the unique element. And to me, that's really interesting. How can we leverage that force? Because if you know that the token I have or you own is a part and gives you rights not only to participate in the service I provide, but also to influence the direction of the service, not just as a customer and me giving you customer service and support, but actually as helping define the financial direction and the financial allocation of my treasury. That's a unique element, and that's why I think DAOs come in, and consumers are much smarter than I think governments and enterprise and institutions give them credit for as a whole.
Absolutely.
So I think we need to take that into account. There are definitely consumers that also just want to have an easy life and just be lazy, and I just want to take it in and enjoy the service. But I think a lot of them have an opinion, and so how can that opinion be heard? And particularly the ones that are active in blockchain are very engaged, right? I think services like Efforce, I mean, it's like brilliant how you've leveraged your relationships with the projects and the sources. You've tokenized the capability for customers to offset their footprint and find a channel without as minimal middlemen to get straight to the specific projects that are sequestering carbon, for example, right? And then and creating a marketplace for that. Those are just brilliant examples of what technology is doing. And we don't need COP26. We don't need the UN. We don't need the WEF. We don't need that to help us and to tell us this is the right thing to do. We're doing it.
We don't need to ask permission. We don't need to ask for permission. That's I think that's one of the biggest ones. And as a person and as an investor yourself, what are you looking into in terms of opportunities when it comes to this new phase of crypto, this new transformation? This morning we talked about NFTs and how you can have NFTs for sustainability. There are new gamified versions and vision to bring people into crypto. What is that is most exciting to you when it comes to the next phase of investments, the next phase of consumer flow into crypto? Because that's something that we're interrogating ourselves on a lot. Even as Efforce, I was mentioning today, we're fiddling around the idea of NFTs for good in a sense, but NFTs as a certificate of participation, I would say, into something that we've been creating or sponsoring. So what is that exactly it's coming across your table, because you see a lot of investment opportunities, and I would love to see what is your opinion about that in the next phase.
So when I first got into this whole ESG environment, I looked at it from a blockchain perspective, and I looked for companies that were trying to do and bring the supply chain of carbon credits into this market, the exchange of renewable energy into this market. And so, I was looking at companies like Efforce and Regen Network and Nori and Energy Web, companies out there that were doing interesting things in this space. And so took some investments into that. As the market evolved, and my knowledge in this area evolved, I then started looking into supply chain, right? So verification, validation, sourcing, traceability, all of those elements. So then got into companies like Suku and Origin Trail and things like that. And as the market now, where we are today, I look at, NFTs, we have a whole new set of functionalities and capabilities. But the way I view it is, I see DeFi, and I'm super excited. I want to now drive participation. How do we engage and enable everybody to participate in these yield earning and airdrop opportunities, to allow them to participate in this once in a lifetime wealth generating and wealth transforming opportunities, right? And so that's really where I'm focused on. And I've now sort of decided to also incubate new products, right? So one is, how do we help secure blockchain networks, right, with their nodes, and provide validation services and share the rewards with the users? So we created trustednode.io.
Trusted Node.
Yeah, there you go. And Trusted Node is helping secure and providing users with the ability, in a very simple interface, to secure the blockchain networks and help them get more stable and scale. And the other element is, I feel that the world is going to, we've been trusting big institutions and regulatory frameworks with providing us with the right monetary policies. And I think those monetary policies have gone to a stage where governments are beginning to print a lot of money, which is diluting the assets of hard-earned dollars by all the people that are working day in, day out, hard, making their living at the edge, sort of just making ends meet every single day. And all of a sudden, their value is dropping.
Yeah.
And as that happens, that means inflation's coming about. So how do we protect everybody on the planet against inflation? And so we're trying to build an inflation-proof stablecoin, or what we call ultra stablecoin, so that people can get rewards and receive the benefits of participating in DeFi, get the yields that they deserve, as well as ensure that their coin is not diluted with all of these new printed funding. And to me, I just feel we've
lots of opportunities.
Lots of opportunities, lots of wealth creation opportunities, but also it does mean we need to work, right? We're not going to have somebody hand-holding us all this
free
time.
lunch.
Yeah, exactly.
There's no free lunch.
But if you want to participate, there is a lot of ability to earn a lot of rewards, and that's what I get excited about. And I want to be able to build solutions that enable people to simply participate in these opportunities.
Absolutely. I fully agree with you. Even as a company, our own direction, we've been thinking a lot about how to integrate the staking and liquidity mining into our own ecosystem, because we want people to be, incentivized to participate in our ecosystem. So this is something that we've been deeply working on. Also to think about the next phase of our own token WasX, how that can be transformed into a DAO of some sort, and how can we give the governance functionalities to the token holders. Because as a company, we have a set of incentives and a set of targets, but at the same time, we want to create this ecosystem to be as decentralized as possible so that people can cooperate in it. So cooperation is super important. I think having a stake in a network and being exposed to the goods and bads, and also the possibility of being part of the decision making, it's super important for the transformation of the of a network and the growth.
Yeah.
And yeah, what are your time frames when you look at investments, especially in the ESG space? Because one of our main issues is the fact that, I mean, people in our community, they want everything to happen at the same pace as everything else in crypto. So if Shiba goes up 200 million%, they want us to go up the same rate. But it's a very different world. So what is your time horizon when you look at things like this?
Look, I mean, quick.
Yeah.
Instantaneous, right? I mean, we've got to do things quick in this industry. If we want to allow people to participate, we have instant gratification. We can't have long meetings, decision-making processes, agree on everything. I think we will make a lot of mistakes. We will learn as we make the mistakes, as we share the information on the mistakes that we make. As a whole, society evolves, right?
Yes.
Because somebody will make a mistake. They will immediately disclose, what was the mistake I made? How did I rectify that mistake? And as a result, because I've disclosed that, everybody else can take that learning and learn from that and evolve the whole community as a whole. And as a collective, we move forward. And I think we need to increase our appetite for exposure in that area, right? And allow for innovation, because we don't have time. And I think even my feeling, at least, is that the user base wants to have that exposure and see we're making progress. And by just having big meetings and getting everybody together and patting each other on the back, we did well. Yes, that was such a good show and nice speech up there. You know, it's like that doesn't really show anything. Whereas if, oh man, I tried this, I did this, we did this project, that worked, we launched it, we created this token, that didn't work. Oh, we got hacked over here. We fixed this. This was the problem. We provided this open source code to fix that problem so that nobody else happens. And 3 other projects created a similar project and are using that same open source code that was used to fix the original problem. Boom, we've got 4 or 5 new projects leveraging the learnings of that one project that didn't go too well, right? And I think that's how we have to evolve. And as a society, that is innovation. That is R&D in its true form. And that is what cryptocurrencies, decentralized exchanges are bringing to market, where everybody can participate in venture capital, R&D, and experience in real time the performance of that, right? And they can exit out of that if they're not happy. They can ape in if they are happy and they like it, right?
Yeah, absolutely. But sometimes, for example, when you, in our case, I'll tell you our own issues as well.
Yeah.
We find ourselves having to interface with the old guys in the, that want to pat themselves in the back, and because those industries are our customers in a sense, because we want to transform them and we want to help them transition into the next phase of their existence. So that duality that we live of a super fast moving place that is crypto, which is, by the way, what I'm, and you know that because we've known each other, but with this, what I'm exposed personally to. So I know how fast crypto can move and what happens in crypto. But on the other side, we have the whole industrial thing that it's very, very slow. And so ESG is a very difficult niche, I think, to innovate. But everyone, for example, you talked about open source, the importance of open source, learning from each other. If you did something, you tried something, and someone else can fix it, or someone else can take it to the next level. So that type of mechanism is something that is super important. And ourselves, in our on going also against us a little bit, we've been very closed source, at least at the beginning. This is because our fear was, okay, we're building something so new that we don't want people to break it before we can actually walk. But at the same time, going against that, it's super important that people break it so that we can evolve in yeah. So I really appreciate your point on this one. Yeah.
I think,
mhm.
I mean, and I appreciate that, right? I mean, I think everybody has a means of, and when you first launch anyway in any project, right, you're moving at such a pace that you don't necessarily have the ability to always provide everything open source, the necessary documentation, but you will get around to that, right? People are trusting you to get around to that. And in order to keep up with the velocity of innovation, you just do that, right? I mean, I get so upset. There've been a large number of conferences that have been happening around ESG. And I just feel that, everybody looks at regulation and taxation as the answer for solution. And I don't believe, I really oppose those solutions, because I think they are hyper ineffective and just just don't lead anywhere, because the decision-making process, I have to be able to collect the tax, number one. It's going to take a year before people can pay the tax. They're going to be upset about paying an additional tax. And then there's transparency. Where does that tax go? It goes into one income IRS department that then has to define how to distribute the tax, which takes another year. So that's 2 years gone before any kind of taxation can start being put to work. The second year, then third year enters, and then now I have to start spending that tax. Where do I spend that? And how do I spend that? And so to me, it's too slow. How do we innovate faster? And I was super impressed by, I don't know if you saw the tweet the other day that Elon Musk did a tweet say, I think the World Food Program was.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Right?
He was like, no, but it's someone else said if Elon Musk gave up 1% of his wealth or something like that, it would end poverty.
Exactly. It would end world hunger. Right?
Yeah. And he said, tell me where to do it and I will do it.
Exactly. And nobody's gonna, and I guarantee you, nobody's gonna ask him for it, because they put 2 caveats there. Tell me how it will solve it, and then provide the transparency that the money that I give you will go towards solving that.
Absolutely.
And nobody, and then everybody you've put that up to, oh no, that's not going to solve the world problem. That's not the problem issue. We don't need to worry about that. And then so, but we'd love to tax people and get $6 billion in tax revenue, but we don't want to get Elon Musk's money. And it's like, so it's like such an artificial element, right? I mean, it's just me.
No, but and one last point I think is, and then we're coming up to the half hour. I'm sorry, I start blabbing a lot, but one last point I think is about the accessibility, the fact that until now the financial system has been closed, is not been open for everyone, and now all of a sudden you have something that's trustless. It's open. It's for everyone. So you have a piece of software running on your phone. You can be part of it. So that is also, I think, going to change a lot the pace at which we're moving, because more people can participate. They make money off of it, and they're gonna grow, and the cycle of poverty breaks also through that. Yeah. Great.
I think that's really the way it is. It's open finance. I think somebody called it. The ability to build on top of these financial tools and provide services that appeal to any demographic, regardless of race, country, jurisdiction,
Religion.
culture,
Yeah.
religion, everything, right? Which is
Yeah.
the beauty of all of this, and that's why
Fantastic.
I got into. I mean, we're doing what we're doing, right? And I love
Yeah.
what you're doing, right? I mean, it's like amazing.
Thank you.
You know, the work that you're doing as an individual, but also as Efforce, right? I mean, it's like really, yeah.
Thank you. And Stefan, thank you so much for being with us. I appreciate your time on a Saturday evening. So that's incredibly appreciated. And I think your insights are always super valuable. And I look forward to hearing more. And I invite all of the people in our community to also check out what you're doing and keep up with all the things that you're building. And yeah, thank you for being with us.
No, thank you for having me here, and thank you for your time, and may the Efforce be with you as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. Thank you very much.
And now we have Abdallah Kablan, Dr. Abdallah Kablan, a dear friend of mine, a visionary and a great expert in everything that has to do with AI, I would say. But Abdallah has been a true inspiration also for me, because he's been able to work from the government side all the way to private sector. He's worked across industries, whether it was from finance, whether it was to open finance, blockchain, and he's been building. He's a serial entrepreneur. He's a brilliant mind, and he's a father. So we're taking part of his family time. So I appreciate also that on a personal level. Thank you, Abdallah, for being with us.
Thank you, Andrea, for having me, and thank you so much for your kind words. And right back at you, like you as well are a real inspiration. The way you think, visualize, and execute is second to none. And I'm so glad to be here, sharing thoughts, learning from what you say, and hopefully contributing some knowledge as we go along.
Your knowledge is always fantastic. So the input is always great. So Abdallah, tell us a little bit about yourself. I'm starting so that the community also gets to know. That's an important question that we need to ask to every one of our speakers every day.
Sure. I mean, like you've kindly summed it up. I'm a serial tech entrepreneur. Throughout my career, I set up a number of companies specializing mainly, but not exclusively, in AI, machine learning, and their application in fintech. Some of which were successes, a lot of which were miserable failures. But I think I've learned much more from the failures than I did from the successes. I'm also an academic. I'm passionate about academia. So I lecture and research topics ranging from artificial intelligence, deep learning, all the way to principles of blockchain technology. I'm happy to say that I have 2 good exits under my belt. The last being last December, when I exited my tech company Wiser to a Nasdaq listed company. And at the moment, I'm slowly transitioning into the investor side of things. However, I want to think that I want to be an investor with a twist, in the sense that I come from the entrepreneurial side of things. So I've lived the journey. I understand the ups and downs very well. So I want to be able to identify and invest in founders and entrepreneurs and projects, and also relate to their journey and relate to the struggles that come with it. An investment, you can get money, you can get smart money, and which will give you connections and distribution. But very few investors, or at least from my personal experience, could relate to the pumps and the dumps that come with the life of being an entrepreneur. So here, that's where I am at the moment.
That's fantastic. So yeah, transitioning from entrepreneur to investor is also always quite interesting, but also the sweet spot of being a former entrepreneur that now wants to invest. It's also what Stefan was discussing, having built companies and then exited company, and then going to the next phase. I think that is very, very important. Also, in my own right, that's what I try to do as well. So, you know me personally. We have lots of common passions. So, Abdallah,
Absolutely.
I wanted you to talk about a little bit the evolution of computation, the evolution of data and artificial intelligence. So, starting with the pace at which innovation has been happening over the past couple of years, because 2020, 2021 were very strange and unique. So, how did the pandemic affect this evolution that we're living in, and the innovation that we're living in?
Absolutely. I mean, let me start by saying, like, one of the reasons why I got involved in AI in the first place is that growing up, I've always been a bit of a data nerd or a data geek. I've always loved building systems,
And where to?
systems that could perform, fancy things like insight analysis, pattern recognitions on large data sets. Mainly because I'm too lazy to do it manually, so I really wanted to figure out ways of building a script that will do the job for me in a faster, smarter way. And that's how I got involved in AI. I did my first degree in that. But then when I finished my first degree, I was at a bit of a crossroads. I really wanted to, expand my knowledge more, and I wanted to choose an area that is quite rich when it comes to data. As I said, I was passionate about building systems that do data acquisition, filtration, processing, and make them perform smart tasks. So this was back in 2004, 2005. And at the time, and still is, finance was the richest industry when it comes to how much data you can take and play with and make something meaningful out of, and also make money on the way. So I decided to do a master's in financial engineering, worked as an algo trader for a bit. It was very good for me, mainly because this was 2006 and the markets were just going up. So, algo trading or no algo trading, like, everyone did well. But then again, being the nerd that I am, I wanted to expand my knowledge a little bit more. So I decided to do a PhD in computational intelligence applied to high frequency trading. And that's where it was a great time for me, but a terrible time for the rest of the world because the financial crisis hit. So there was a large demand for super nerds like my colleagues in my course and myself to come and sort out some of the mess that was happening at the time, and that's where I discovered more and more that data is actually what fuels everything. Data is knowledge. Data is what helps you, support your decision, to make decision, and since then I've been focused, quite a lot. I mean, fast forward, I finished my PhD 2010, so it's been 11 years. So much has happened, which will take much longer than the half an hour to chat about it. But come back all the way to the pandemic. And for me, the pandemic, even though it was, again, a terrible time for the world, for me and for my company, it was a good time. Number one, because at the time we happened to work on something that really championed remote working and made business process automation and management much easier. So there was large demand for it because of the pandemic. But secondly, me zooming out, like, also from an academic standpoint, there's a big observation that a lot of people fail to see when it comes to pandemic, like, throughout history. Pandemics have two main properties. Number one is that they're very forgettable, even though at the moment, we're struggling and we're all wearing masks, and last year was quite terrible. We will forget that in 2-3 years. We'll completely forget that. If you think about the Spanish flu, it happened or coincided with World War I. Much more people died during the Spanish flu than in World War I. But there are more books and songs and poems written about World War I than about the Spanish flu. And mainly because humans usually, relate quite a lot to things that they've caused, like a war, but not things that have been caused to them, like an act of God. Like, people just do not remember those. So the good news is that we will forget about this quite soon. The second very good
Hopefully.
news is, the second very good news is that pandemics truly fuel innovation. And again,
Yeah.
just looking at history, I mean, Isaac Newton discovered gravity during the Great Plague when
Yeah.
Apple fell on his head. He was actually doing social distancing. And,
It was a
quarantine.
lockdown.
It was a lockdown, you know. So it gave him the time to actually discover, like, or make one of the best discoveries out there. And Albert Einstein, a lot of the work he's done on relativity theory happened during the Spanish flu pandemic.
Yeah.
And what's happening now is attestation to that. Like, we're seeing a lot of innovation that's been sparked in the past 18 months, unlike no other time. But I love to focus on good news. The even better news, if you look again at pandemics throughout history, two things happen which are unfortunate. People die and the economies die. However, in COVID, unfortunately, people died, but the economies did not really die. And the reason for that is that because it was a moment in human history where we've managed to completely migrate everything to the digital world. So digital migration has been almost completed in 2020, meaning that we managed to run education online. We managed to do business transactions online, move our money online. So we technically have moved everything to the virtual world, and hence the economies were not impacted as bad as they've had historically. But that again has a slightly negative side effect in the sense that it loaded the infrastructure quite a lot. And even from a data perspective, I mean, at the end of the day, if data is eating everything, you need the teeth, and the teeth is the hardware, which is like semiconductors that are the infrastructure that is running everything. And a lot of energy also, speaking of Efforce and your unbelievably amazing vision from an energy efficiency standpoint, this is actually causing a side effect that needs to be addressed. So here's me thinking about, again, things from a micro perspective, but also from a macro perspective. Globally, we have a problem, and things I think need to be changed and shifted around in a way that will support this digital migration, which is only gonna get bigger. I mean, now with the move not only towards blockchains but metaverses that are also running on blockchains, we will need to figure out how this data is gonna be handled.
Yeah, but if you look at this and everything that you're saying right now, just I fully agree, and I fully see. Literally, my mom, she's a teacher, right? So she didn't know how to switch on a computer before pandemic. Now she has full lessons on Zoom. So the transformation, the digital transformation, and the pace at which we're transforming, we're moving towards this digital metaverse, we want to call it, is tremendous. One thing, since we're talking about data, sorry, I just hit my jack. Yeah. Since we're talking about data, one of the most important assets, I would say, when it comes to data as assets themselves, it is the ownership of the data. So we talk a lot about companies, how they're transforming, and how the amount of data that we're getting is increasing exponentially. But in crypto, everyone wants to own its own thing, right? So you want to own your own data. How do you see the evolution of that when it comes to building smarter machines, when it comes to people monetizing their own data, doing something with their own data, and deciding where to use it and how to use it? Yeah.
Correct. I mean, this is a very, very good question. Mainly because now with the awareness around data and privacy in general, and also with the awareness or generation that's now aware that you can have technological tools such as decentralized ledgers that could help you with safeguarding your own data and privacy. I think digital identity management and digital identities in general are now going to gain the mainstream that they've deserved since the start of the internet. As with any new technology, when it first arises, people, for good and lack of awareness, they would not think about addressing certain issues. But now, with decentralization, we have the tools and the means to be able to have sovereign digital identities. And again, it's very good to see that even moving this discussion on the metaverse, hearing Matthew Ball, who's like one of the forward thinkers on that subject, speaking quite a lot about interoperability of data and objects in the metaverse. And it's exactly going to be for the standards on which digital identity is going to run and should be running. Because me as Abdullah, there's a lot of sides of me. There's like you said, Abdullah the father, Abdullah the son, Abdullah the entrepreneur, Abdullah the client of someone. These are all different sides of my personality. But when I want to access a service, I need to only reveal certain side.
One portion.
Exactly one portion. I need to prove that I am who I say I am to whoever needs that, and they do not need to know about the rest, because that is at the end of the day my data. But it also needs to be interoperable in the sense that I will be able to move that identity without having to kind of export everything that I have to a completely different system. So the beauty is that now, because of awareness, it's good to see that these discussions are happening. Again, from an intelligence standpoint, I am a believer that there's going to be an intersection, our convergence between artificial intelligence and other technologies such as blockchain technology, which obviously historically it was means of storing data and accessing data and validating and authenticating data, and artificial intelligence as a means of processing data and making sense out of it. The convergence is going to happen, but for that, it comes back again to the digital infrastructure, which I spoke about before. Current microchips and semiconductors are not going to be able to support that, which is why personally, and as you know, I started looking quite heavily at neuromorphic computing and neuromorphic computation as a potential solution for that. Because if I can have a brain on a chip, I'll end up with a coin with a brain. Like imagine having a coin with a brain, and your coin can do some of the thinking when you're transacting, and the coin can also, due to intelligence embedded in it, which is artificial, will be able to handle the identity side of things and the verifications. For that, I think neuromorphic computing will be an optimal solution. But I'm sure it's one of many other solutions that a lot of bright minds
tell
are
us
thinking
a little
about.
bit more about neuromorphic computing. What do you mean by that? Because I know what we're talking about, because we discussed in the past about this, but it's important also to get the others to understand, the amount of information that our brain processes versus what we could do with machines. So please tell us a little bit about that.
Totally. I mean, it's in very simple terms. If you open any device that we have, like there's always these like black chips inside the device. And historically, a big mistake was made in like almost 55 years ago in designing circuits based on something called the von Neumann architecture. And von Neumann, what he did is that they split the processing from the memory. So we have a CPU, central processing unit, and we have memory. And the arms race was always to get them closer to each other in order for the data to be exchanged as fast as possible, in order for us to be able to perform computations and process data much faster. And that in itself was a bottleneck even for something like artificial intelligence, because one of the reasons artificial intelligence did not advance as much as its initial promise decades ago was because of this flaw. However, if you think about the most fascinating supercomputer in existence, which is the human brain, which, as I told you last time, unfortunately, as a species, we have not evolved to use more than 9 to 10% from its processing capability. In our brain, processing and memory were never split. Processing and memory happens exactly in the same units, which is the neurons in our brain and the synapses and the electrical exchanges between them. but there was never a split that, hey, this part of my brain is processing.
This
and that,
part should do this. Yeah.
Exactly. So it all happens in one unit. And that was the inspiration for neuromorphic computing chips. Now, there's a lot of fascinating research and also implementation around the creation of chips where processing and memory are not split, but are happening in the same unit. And so far, the results have been fascinating. I mean, let alone from, again, an energy efficiency standpoint, which, championing the Efforce ethos. If you think about the human brain, it consumes almost 40 watts at any given
40
time.
watts.
And if you think about a supercomputer, it consumes more than 40 megawatts on a fine day. Neuromorphic chips happen to be consuming the energy exactly the same way the human brain does. So from an energy efficiency standpoint, since it uses spiking neurons and uses low precision synapses, it uses just few watts, if not like a kilowatt at any given time. So there's the promise of transforming completely the way energy is being consumed and having devices that last for much longer. But also from an intelligence standpoint, this is where the real breakthrough is. It is uncomparable, the results that you can achieve with neuromorphic computational chips than traditional chips. I'll give a very, very quick example for the sake of time here. Like in 1999, and AI, Deep Blue, managed to beat Garry Kasparov, world champion of chess. And everyone said that's the dawn of AI. AI is going to take over the world. Nothing much happened since. Until around 5 years ago, when there was Go. There's a Go, for those who do not know it. It's a game that is almost 10,000 times exponentially more complex than chess. And it takes a lot of human intuition, gut feeling, and there's no mathematical formula for the quantification of common sense. So it was very difficult for an AI to beat a human, a standard human, let alone world champion. 5 years ago, Google managed to produce Google Go, AlphaGo, and managed to play the human world champion. In the first game, the human won, and then AlphaGo won, and then won, and then won. So it was 3-1 the result. When AlphaGo was redesigned using neuromorphic computational chips, and then AlphaGo played against AlphaGo using neuromorphic computational chips, the result was 1,000-0. So it is like comparing a knife to a machine gun when it comes from an AI perspective. And that's where the promise is quite big. Currently, I think it is a tipping point globally because we have a global shortage in semiconductors. You have some of the world's biggest suppliers like TSMC and Samsung and SK Hynix are still trying to go down to the 3 and 1 nanometer to make it smaller, but still splitting. But you have Intel on the other side and also IBM looking at now maybe it is the time to pivot to neuromorphic computational chips. This is not an investment advice, but if I were to bet on one for the next 10 years and for the metaverse and even for like blockchain transactions and mining, I think technologies built on neuromorphic computation within the next decade are going to completely surpass that. But again, not investment advice for anyone.
Not an investment advice. That's great. I mean, every time that we talk, a world opens. So we've been discussing also about the importance of the portability of data. So, let me phrase this question properly, because portability is something that is super important when it comes to ownership. So owning your own data and allowing yourself to I would say expose sides of yourself, which is, you are a multidimensional object that has a lot of different sides, and you don't always want to disclose the pieces. But when it comes to portability, there is one thing that is the trust. So how do you trust the counterpart that when you're giving this data away, there needs to be some layer of trust. So for example, just silly example, let's say now you want to rent a car. If you want to rent a car and you just want to demonstrate that you can pay in case of damage, then you can have a layer that says, yeah, Abdallah is okay to rent the car. You only need to you only need to know name and maybe last name or date of birth, and all the other information you put trust somewhere else. So how do you see the evolution of trust in this new form of, okay, you own your data, but then I also want to share it and want to port the data away?
Again, like all your questions, Andrea, like they're quite brilliant,
Sorry.
brilliant and quite
Sorry.
helpful.
I love talking to you. It's like when we
Likewise.
discuss, it's always very mind opening. So I like.
I mean, I tell you, this is very interesting personally for me because you know, take the internet, for example. The internet existed for almost 25 years as a protocol, TCP/IP. No one really cared. It wasn't until one invention in the early 90s that took place that completely catapulted the internet to a whole new level, and that invention was the browser. The day the first browser was launched, people were like, aha, so this is what this internet thing is all about. I can go figure out directories, access information, and then it evolved to what we're seeing today. Blockchain is the ultimate solution for trust because it is trustless by architecture. However, unfortunately, with blockchain, we still did not get to our browser moment yet, because even though like more than 10 years later, it is quite enigmatic when you say, oh, we're using blockchain to solve this problem, which is unfortunately something almost everyone has been saying.
Very easy. Just install a plugin called MetaMask on your browser. You have to get ETH on your wallet.
Exactly. So I think to solve the issue of portability, user experience is going to be key, and there has to be products where the same way I am able to use my phone for my mom or my dad to figure out how to use a phone quite easily, you should be able to also design or create the proposition that you want to have whilst when you're receiving a service or you're receiving an offering, or when you are requesting a service, to be able to add the conditions that you want as a part of this transaction in a very simple manner, which is why now it was very good. I was at the Web Summit this week, and I'm seeing a lot of people trying to like implement low code or no code solutions. Something even us at Wiser we've done it, and we managed to crack it quite well for identity verification on the chain and off the chain. But if you manage to create an experience where I know that I need to reveal to you that I have the money, but you do not need to know how much is in my bank account. You do not need to know like all the other information unless I want to show it to you. I need to be able to just in a very simple manner just say, show Andrea that I have the money. And then Andrea will know that because the infrastructure is trustless and the infrastructure is designed in that way, and we both accepted that, then I'll be able to. It's like when you give me $100 bill. I honestly did not see it printed. I did not understand the process very well, but we both trust that note. Sometimes for extra verification, put it under some ultraviolet light if you're a shop or something, but again, that can exist in this case as well. You can always ping the network to see if it is actually on a real chain that you would want to trust or not. But user experience is going to be key, and finally, I think we're approaching the browser moment on blockchain, because a lot of entities are building nice interfaces, and
the user interface and the user experience has changed so much in the I've been in crypto for a long time, that.
You're like one of the first people I know that have been there.
So for the past decade, things have changed tremendously. Before, Stefan was talking that 2012, 2013, when you bought Bitcoin on eBay, and PayPal transactions, like we all who was there remembers those type of things. So so I love your perspective. There is one last comment that I would say I wanted to make, but I completely forgot about it. So that's okay.
I blew your mind so much that I made you forget.
You blew my mind. You blew my mind, brother.
No, likewise. Thank you.
It is always a pleasure to see you. Always a pleasure to have you with us. And thank you for taking time from your family and from your Saturday as well. We want to thank Dr. Abdallah Kablan for being with us. And now we're gonna go into a longer break with for our community that is watching before the afternoon session. And yeah,
Thank you
I
so
hope
much,
to see you
Andrea,
later.
and keep up the great work that you're doing, and best of luck to the whole Efforce family. Keep up the great stuff.
Thank you so much.
All
right, thank you everyone, and we'll see you later today. The afternoon session, we have a longer break now as pre-announced, and in the afternoon we're going to have Dan Zimmerman from Iota Foundation. Then we're going to have Niklaus Widman. He is in the Esco space, so you're going to hear a different perspective compared from what Aiter has been telling you. So that's also important to see what is happening in other companies as well. And then Alfan from Huabi Global, and then Was and Ken are going to be there with us. So hope to see you later. Thank you so much for sticking with us. We will see each other soon. Thank you. And we're back. Okay. Hope everyone had a good time and a good break. Today has been a pretty long day already. Everyone that is just tuning in, my name is Andrea Castiglione. For those who don't know me, we are here to gather and collect and connect different voices from different parts of the ecosystem. And right now, it is a great pleasure to have Dan Zimmerman here with me. Dan is a dear friend, so it is a personal pleasure as well to have him here. So first thing first, I think it's very important to introduce also the importance of Iota to our community, because maybe not everyone in our community knows about Iota. So I think Dan can give a little bit of background about himself and also about the Iota Foundation and how it all started with his involvement with Web3. So yeah, Dan, it's up to you.
Hello, how's it going? I apologize. I've been at blockchain NFT NYC all week, and I just realized that I lost my voice. So you'll have to bear with me. But Andrea, thank you for having me. It's a pleasure.
It's great.
And
It's great to have you here.
it looks like it's been quite a long conference, so I'll try to make things interesting and somewhat exciting. So, so I've been in this space since 2016. My background was in product. So I used to build regulatory products for some of the large banks in North America, and then was in the media space for a while. And then I just sort of caught the bug and joined crypto. And I believe it was like 2019, I joined the Iota Foundation. And for those of you that have kind of been in the crypto space for a while or kind of been watching different projects, Iota is a very unique organization and group because since day one, it's been trying to break out of the traditional architecture and how blockchains are generally designed. So I wanted to try and create a more scalable variation with like a shorthand, something called a DAG, which we called like the Tangle. So we've always been focused on kind of the intersection of IoT, the machine economy, and the real world of distributed ledger applications. And I think what's really exciting now is that we just released a smart contract beta last week, and our ecosystem has been so hungry for smart contracts for so long that now we're coming into this new phase of like ecosystem building. And that's what I wanted to talk with you about today is that I think especially when we think about new models for operating, with Efforce or with like all the applications that are being built on the Iota ecosystem or that are planned to be built in the coming weeks and months. It's kind of important for, I think, your listeners and kind of anyone in this community to see where things are going. I've been in conversations for the last year talking with lots of different investment groups and a lot of different builders. And there's a really interesting pattern around how ecosystem development and startups are succeeding in this space.
And who do you think are the actors moving the space behind the scenes? This is something.
What do you mean by that?
Yeah, that.
Who are the shadow actors? Like.
Yes. Yeah. No.
That's a good question.
No.
So I will tell you that some really great funds like Delphi Digital and Alimada, I might be pronouncing their names wrong, like Alimada Research and LD Capital. These groups have really kind of hit a note with how like this sinking of capital can be deployed in a very smart way. So like when applications are looking to raise money and they're maybe launching a token, it's really important that they find the right ecosystem. So they find the right, groups, whether that's Iota, whether that's like I can name another layer 2 or another application you can imagine. But then making sure that you're getting support. So they need to know that they're getting, whether that's through grants or whether that's through DAOs, it's making sure that the community is supporting them in more ways that are just monetary. So, when you select a community, you're getting all of the users there, you're getting their expertise. And then when you start looking at the funds like LD Capital, for example, they're not just deploying capital, they're also introducing you to their whole network of applications and their whole the regions that they participate in. So, working with a group like them, if you're an application, that's deciding that you want to deploy on Iota or deploy on Ethereum, you can go to them and say, hey, I'd love for you to join my round, not necessarily because we need the money, but because, we see that you're really big in China, or we see that you really are experts in token economics. So it creates this, like multiplier.
It's support. Yeah, exactly. And so you were talking before about building ecosystem, which is something that we both very passionate about. So, the idea of working together, because in decentralized systems, it's a bit more difficult also to find ways to cooperate and trust between different parties. Everything is open source. So how do you actually go about cooperation and scaling this organization in this decentralized environment? So building ecosystem.
I think what's great is that you don't always have to trust everyone, right? I mean, these organisms, these environments are almost like living organisms. So, you know, there's implicit or explicit reputation in there. You know, builders over time show that they can execute and that they can be trusted, but not necessarily in like the traditional world when we talk about trust or like trustless environments. I think as we get towards like more DAO-based participation, so like decentralized autonomous organizations, you're gonna have applications that are launching on Iota or launching in any group, and they might have you know 400, 500 community members that all want to participate in a crowd fund, and that might be you know, those individuals might have their own expertise and their own way of providing value. So, you know, they're incentivized to participate, and that creates a very powerful again, it creates that powerful environment, because now not only do you have applications that can trust their users, right? Because their users or the community is incentivized not to mess with them, right? Because they're economically incentivized, or maybe there's other types of incentives. But now you've got applications across the network that are all kind of in it together, right? As long as they're not like explicitly competing with one another, where they all become building blocks, where it's like, hey, if I'm building a automated market maker, if I'm building a DEX and you're building a launch pad, we should partner. And then we can bring our collective learnings together. And then that also creates like a level of trust.
Yes. Yeah. So co-creation in a sense is super important. But how do you see the models for building ecosystems and building this new decentralized infrastructures? How do you see them different from Web 2 models? So this evolution of Web 3 now different from Web 2 model.
Yeah, I think it's really about how you scale participation. I think that's really the most important thing. And for everyone listening, that I think in Web 2, and again, I wasn't deep in like Silicon Valley, but my general understanding was that, you know, you are a fund, you extend capital, and then you help the organization where the capital has been deployed to scale, right? So you scale that by, you know, a sales team, right? So how many people can you hire to attack certain areas? There are economies of scale that happen with like Web 2 just because you've got a web interface, but it's kind of centralized in the sense that you're relying on one organization with capital, whereas in these kind of new environments to like radically scale, you're flipping that model and giving agency and power to the community to participate. So maybe they become your business development group, right? Maybe the funds, because they're more smart capital, they're more economically incentivized to introduce you to people, introduce you to other regions. Like I'm sure that happened in the past, but because you have that community element, sure, your internal team can have a business development group, but it's way more powerful if you've got 500 or 1,000 people in a Discord, and they're all telling you, okay, I've got this great group in Singapore, I want to connect you with them. Oh, I've got this group in Brazil, they really want to build, let me make an introduction. So I think that's really how you compete, and I think that really is the only way that you can scale, because you're competing with large players that are already doing that. So if your strategy is, I'm going to raise, and I'm talking more like crypto native applications, like generally they'll have a token, they don't always have to, but you can maybe make a distinction between like Web3 infrastructure, like custody platforms, and like maybe you could argue that requires a little more like traditional business development. But in my experience and what I've seen is that it can be tricky to scale if you're just if your scaling is only proportional to the number of salespeople or business developers that you're hiring.
Absolutely. Today was I don't know, maybe you were on Eastern time, so it's a bit complicated to watch the night shift. But we had some very interesting conversation around the similar topics, I would say, and also the how game finance is winning blockchain. So this next wave of adoption coming with more gamified application and NFTs. And
Yep.
I know you're also pretty deep into that. So what's your take there? How do you think is important to integrate this new models into what you're doing now?
Yeah, so I've been that annoying person talking about the metaverse for like 4 months. So I guess I can speak to this a little bit. There's there's two things happening simultaneously, right? So you're seeing crypto use cases become more gamified, like you said, or they're taking on more gaming attributes. I think gamification maybe downplays what's happening. I think it's a little more than that. It's like you're participating in, or maybe there's like a exchange, or maybe there's some form of like, DeFi use case that maybe now lives inside of a gaming world, right? Or you can play around with it in a kind of virtual environment.
Yes.
But now you're also seeing games taking on more crypto characteristics. So they might have yield, or they might have NFTs. So I think we're starting to see those kind of converge. So, my general strategy has been like partner with all the gaming groups, partner with the gaming studios, the gaming engineers. I think that gaming is probably going to bring on the next billion users in the crypto space. I didn't think that about a year ago. For some reason, I never took like the gaming space in the crypto side seriously. It didn't seem like there was any big. It didn't seem like it had really broken through. But now in this last wave, I mean, what have you seen? Like, what's been your take?
Well, yeah, I mean, very similar experience. I wasn't thinking that gaming would be so big, but also not just gaming, but everything that has to do with the metaverse, everything that has to do with digital collectibles, digital assets of this type. I didn't think that they would be this big. And how fast they're actually bringing the next tens of millions to next billion people. But this bridge that is being created between the digital world and the physical world, it's something that is quite interesting, because now you see bands that are doing NFTs, and you see brands that are doing NFTs, and everyone is talking about the metaverse and building headquarters in the metaverse, or villas in the metaverse. So you've been at NYC.
If you build one, I'll come.
Yeah, exactly.
Build one, I'll come hang.
NFT.nyc. How was that?
It was overwhelming. In fact, I usually recognize, like, I'll usually see like familiar faces when I go to an event, and it was like a whole new subculture. It was like a whole new community with their own like identity. It was quite fascinating to see. But real quick on what you said, there was something. I think there's something kind of worth stating here for like your listeners, because I'm sure Efforce will maybe there's some way that you kind of get involved in the gaming space, or the metaverse space, or NFTs. I think what's really critical, and this is maybe kind of a broader statement, is that it's very easy to write off and not take seriously these things, because we associate them with gaming, or too playful, or it doesn't seem serious, or oftentimes the word I hear thrown around is like, oh, it's a scam. Like this whole space is scam. I mean, sure, yes, but like, are you gonna like write off the internet because there's scammy sites on the internet? Like, it's kind of a crazy distinction to make. So my advice to people that are listening is like, you have to kind of break through that, only for your own benefit. Otherwise, you're gonna miss out on all these incredible opportunities. You're gonna look at them and go, oh, that doesn't look serious. Like, the next great wave of opportunity is gonna come from things that maybe look like silly or not serious. So we have to kind of collectively take our blinders off and be like, oh, like, this might be a new way to operate. And maybe that playfulness is really what distinguishes Web3.
Yes. And our space, and I think the Iota experience is very similar in that sense, that our experience as a company that is dealing a lot with industrial companies and institutions, bridging this gap between these two worlds, the crypto fast moving an industrial 4.0 industry 4.0 type of company. It's been very difficult, but despite the slower beginning, I would say now we're starting to see a lot of very good engagement on that side. What is your experience with industries? How do you see the Iota side interfacing with industrial clients and industrial companies? And do you see this new models of more, not gamified, but this more playful stuff playing into that role as well, or is something completely unrelated?
No, I don't see that. I don't see that playfulness happening. And it's interesting. So what makes Iota so unique is that we're feeless. So we you don't have to pay a fee when you send a data packet through the network. And why that's really important is that I think people often forget when you talk about like real corporate adoption, one of the biggest barriers is like holding a token. Like many of them don't want to hold a token because, they just want to build like a decentralized version of, a CRM or whatever use case they have, a supply chain, application or something around energy. And if there's no token in their model, going to them and saying, hey, you want to hold a token, but your legal team might not feel comfortable with it, or maybe your accounting team isn't set up to interact with it. I think that creates a big barrier. So Iota's always been very fortunate to talk with organizations because we have such an incredible architecture for that. And we've had some really great success with like the EU and with like mobility groups. I can like name a list, but I think
please actually feel free to say a little bit of the success, because maybe not people that are listening there don't know as much about Iota. So yeah, if you want to say a couple of those, happy to listen.
So I'll say like like we had a partnership with like Trademark East Africa, working on like supply chain work down in the region. We had a partnership with Jaguar Land Rover. It was pretty well established within their innovation group, where where they were looking at how you could do like a pay to earn model even before like the whole gaming thing, but like how you could pay people for their data that they were generating in a car, and then kind of have it all in distributed ledger. Because one of the things that's often overlooked in like IoT is really this idea of like centralization. So I think there's been a couple high profile stories where like AWS goes out and then like half of a city is like not operational, right? Or like your Roomba doesn't work because like Google's off. So like that, you have to kind of create those resiliencies in open networks. So I think that's kind of what's really exciting about like Industry 4.0 is that having it based on a distributed ledger, and it's going to make it more difficult to do. And then you also kind of get into the whole like surveillance capitalism thing. If you care about your data being used and like how it's being used against you, or maybe to manipulate you, having distributed ledgers kind of at the backbone of such a system kind of prohibits that, because now you have better agency over your data. So that's very cool.
We also,
no, please.
Sorry, I today we also talked about privacy and data. So your take on this is absolutely spot on, I would say.
Yeah, there's some really creative, like if anyone wants to reach out to me on Twitter, I'm happy to have this conversation. I'm really big on privacy, and there's some cool projects that are coming on board. I hope we can get them onto the smart contract platform that are like looking at zero knowledge proofs, and I think there needs to be a broader conversation about like like privacy isn't about hiding from doing something like nefarious. It's like privacy just be the default. Like it's not like you're hiding something because you're doing something illegal. It's like you are
it's a right.
protecting. Yeah, it's a right. Yeah. And so like, and that's not even like some like libertarian thing. Like, you talk to traditional trading funds and they're like, we don't want people trading on our strategies on chain. Like we want a private thing so we can trade. So I think that's really important.
Yeah. And passporting the data, like moving data around, this is also something that we discussed today. So very, very, very interesting, because you said at the beginning that you wanted to talk to me more about building networks and the scaling network. How do you see the future of what you're doing at Iota integrated into this idea of scaling network and growing them? So what do you think you should do in your day-to-day to grow your network, and what do you think we should do to grow
I
our
was gonna
network,
say
for example?
I wanted to relate this. I wanted to relate this to Efforce. So I think,
Yeah.
I think the best thing you can do is really provide an environment where, like, yes, there are discords which are helpful, but you can create, like, one can create more tailored environments so that you can connect all of the major actors that really want to participate. So, investors and builders and like experts in the space. They might be advisors, they might be incubators or accelerators. Yeah. But I really see Efforce as like a platform. So I could even see scenarios where like things can be built on top of Efforce in the future, right? So having things like that, or applications or use cases that kind of like integrate with it. So it's just like providing fertile ground there. And I think the other thing that's like really important too is we talk about like disintermediating and not becoming a bottleneck. So again, that idea of like scaling, right? The Web 2 versus Web 3 distinction, but also not getting in your own way. So I think what people often do is that they look at the traditional like venture model and go, okay, let's just turn this into like a venture environment, or let's just turn this into like an incubator and accelerator. And I think you can very easily have that in there. You can have that in that environment. So if a startup, or that's looking to partner with Efforce, or it's looking to build on Iota smart contracts, make that available to them. But if that becomes a bottleneck through which, groups have to go through that in order to be considered like, an Efforce, startup or a Iota startup, then you're just creating another bottleneck. Exactly. You want to scale to like, Ethereum level, startups. You have to kind of like create like what is that called? Like an 8-sided mirror, like outside looking at rather than like looking in.
But we have to give it to Ethereum. I mean, they
100%.
built an incredible network out there, and I don't think Iota is doing that bad. Actually, it's doing pretty well. I think in terms of developer adoption, you're doing pretty well.
So that's the thing that a lot of people don't know about us, is that we've got a massive community. And come join our Discord if you want to come chat and hang.
Yes, get on Iota's Discord.
Yeah, someone throw in the Discord link. No, but we have a massive community, and we also have like an incredibly technical community. Like I said, like people have been waiting for smart contracts for a very long time, and like we already have people, some in public, some in secret, building out applications like crazy. And that's just the beginning. Like we haven't even like full scale like launched the whole thing. Yes. So if that's any indicator, I think that we're gonna have a lot of like organic adoption, which is great.
My biggest concern, I think, is and this is something that it's more a curiosity how you plan to tackle that. We said Ethereum is the elephant in the room. Fighting against Ethereum to build your own dominance might be a little bit difficult. So before we talked about cooperation, which is great.
Yep.
And but there are other chains, other groups that have high scalability, low fees, and high throughput, and so on. How do you see this next phase, since you have been talking about smart contract on Iota? How do you see this next phase compared to this not fight against Ethereum, but do you want to fight against Ethereum, or do you want to?
No.
Yeah, exactly.
We really see ourselves as collaborators, and we imagine that there's probably going to be a lot of applications from Polygon and from Ethereum probably wanting to do cross-chain work. So we are EVM compatible, which is quite exciting. We're actually virtual machine agnostic. So over the coming months, we could even have like multiple VMs, and then people can create bridges. But we're going to be EVM. We already are EVM compatible right out the box. So if you have an Ethereum application, you could right now put it over and start playing around in the beta. So that's incredibly exciting. And I think to your point, yeah, no, I don't think like having an adversarial approach is appropriate
Useful.
or even necessarily like the right. Yeah, it's not even the right move. Like there are some new chains that are interesting, but like a lot of them aren't EVM compatible, and if you don't have EVM tooling right out the box, I think that's really problematic. And we've got a very, very unique architecture. I think we'll be sharing more documentation over the coming weeks. But we've got a very, very unique architecture of these these committees that can interact with one another, and they can have these smart chains on top. So it's kind of like horizontally scalable, and it has like I will always pronounce this wrong, composability. Composability. So like when you have like layer 2s like on Ethereum, and Optimism can't talk with a like Polygon or talk with like an Arbitrum, because it's like there are different networks that are breaking composability. What'll be really cool on Iota smart contracts is that if you've got a chain running one Ethereum virtual machine and another one running another virtual machine, those will be able to communicate and it won't break composability. And it's all based on this really interesting Iota assets framework that we just released.
Someone is asking, was X using Ethereum network? Ethereum network has very high fees using energy. What do you think about that? Maybe we should port it over.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, I wish we were ready to like fully bring you on. So that's also one of the really cool things about Iota is that I think we've done a couple tests, and like, don't quote me on this, but I think we are one of the most energy efficient distributed ledger / blockchains in this space. So that's really important. I'll tell you something funny too, like on the NFT side, right? Like I know a lot of artists. I'll like from time to time, talk to some people that are thinking about minting because they never minted before, and they're like, oh, I really want to mint, but I'm like afraid I'm gonna get like canceled by the energy, like my energy, folks, because it's so expensive. The minting fee is so high on the cost of energy. So that's definitely a major concern, and I think it's becoming more and more of a concern.
Oh, it is. It's a huge concern. Anyways, I think we're coming up to the 30 minutes. If someone has any questions for Dan, please feel free to ask. May the efforts be with you. Dan, thank you so much for everything. It's been a pleasure to have you with us. If you have questions for Dan and you don't have time to write it down now, just Twitter. I think it's a really good and efficient way to do that, to discuss. And well, thank you for being here.
Thank you. And I'll just say, anyone who's listening, either on the Iota side or the Efforce side, come into each other's Discords and let's start having a conversation. Let's see how we can partner. We're really big in the energy space. Highly recommend jumping in and talking to Matthew Yarger. He's been looking at the energy, like how Iota can be used for quite some time. So any way that we can collaborate, we'd love to. So thank you for this opportunity.
Fantastic. Thank you. And good to see you. I hope to see you soon.
Yes, I have to come back to
come back to Italy.
Yes, you have to twist my arm for that.
Bye. And community, thank you for being here. Thank you for the second session. The afternoon is gonna be intense. We're all waiting for Woz. So right now we're scheduled to have Nikolaus, and I'm just gonna check if he is online. He's not here yet. Okay. So okay, he will be joining. Okay. In the meantime, what do you think about the session so far? If you have any questions, if you want to ask about so it's 15 minutes for Nikolaus. Thank you, Michael. So we have 15 minutes of discussions between us. So if you have any questions about what we've been saying today, what you're looking forward, What do you want to see with WAS? What are the things that you want to ask to WAS? Because next session after Nicolaus is Alfan from QOB, and then after that there is going to be WAS and Ken, which definitely is going to be an interesting talk, because we never had WAS live with us. We had videos from him. The community has been waiting for a live event, so it will be fun. Will Efforce attend COP26? Actually, we have, as Jacopo said this morning, we have people there in Glasgow right now, but I'm not personally following that part. So Jacopo is mostly looking after that, and the people that we have in Glasgow are mainly to follow what we're doing, what the regulators are talking about, what the key stakeholders are discussing, and how do we actually interface with them. So what are the things that we have to say as a company that is looking into innovating in that space? What do we need to build? What do we need to build? What do we need to bring to the table in order for this conversation to be to be fruitful? Building bridges is not easy. We've discussed today about the bridges, and how do we bring the next billion people into crypto, because there are bottlenecks for sure. The user experience is definitely one of those things that is generating a little bit of a bottleneck. So yeah, I think we're good. And since Michael, oh, okay. So actually, we just got a note from Nicolas. So he's coming. So I will stay online, because if we get on and offline, it becomes really difficult. So questions. I still don't see any questions so far. I will talk a little bit more and maybe recap about what we discussed today. So today we had the morning session. The morning session was divided between the opening with Jacopo Visetti, who's one of our core founders, and definitely the visionary when it comes to energy. So I'm looking forward to see people interact more and more with Jacopo and the rest of our management, because we have a lot to say, and it's not always easy to interface with. Okay, maybe sorry. In the meantime, I'll take this off because it's a little bit easier. Otherwise, I hear my voice continuously. Great. So I'm looking forward to see the community interact a lot more with Jacopo and with the rest of the management. More and more events will be organized in which we give voice to the rest of the team. On my side, my role, as you can say, is it's been, for this first year of life, it's been to kind of coordinate the public facing discussions and how to build a community. How do we actually scale a community? And it hasn't been easy, because everything on the industrial side has been a bit slower, not because of Efforce lack of trials and errors and efforts. It's definitely because we're moving at two completely different paces. So the crypto side is much faster than the industrial side. But energy efficiency is playing a really important core role when it comes to decarbonization. So one of the things that we did discuss with Jacopo is how important it is to decarbonize through energy reduction, through energy efficiency. So for those who weren't there this morning, and I see a lot of people online, so I think this is a good and healthy recap. Energy consumption is tightly linked to carbon. and the carbon emission. So with Nikolaus, who's going to come online very soon, he's one of the youngest founders of Esco companies in Europe. He's very bright, and he's going to tell you a little bit more about his story. But the idea of one second. Sorry. In the meantime, we have Niklaus. It's having technical difficulties. I'll pass it on to the team. I'm sorry. This is the beauty of being live. So Niklaus is looking for a different link, and we get it. Okay. So the team is going to take care of that, and in the meantime, I'll talk about the importance of decarbonizing through energy efficiency. Energy efficiency is basically reducing the consumption of energy, and we made the example of the light bulb many times. So using a light bulb that was an incandescent light bulb with 100 watts of energy, changing that with an LED with 10 watts. This is the easiest. I know that people are tired. The people that are in our community and have heard this story many times, they're tired of hearing that. But it is actually one of the most easy, one of the easiest examples to understand, because it's something that we all had. So we all touched it. We all saw how inefficient that was, and so that is that is a prime example of energy efficiency. So changing technology pieces into infrastructure and upgrading them to make an infrastructure more energy efficient is definitely the next step towards decarbonization, because it supports what other efforts are being done on other sides. So, for example, the three main core activities that Jacopo also discussed are reforestation, in order to increase carbon capturing, and green energy production. But energy efficiency is sorry. Can you see me? I think people can see me. There is something that has been okay. Okay, so sorry about this. I didn't want to break the flow, but effectively waiting and trying to solve. Okay, so he can't find the link. Guys, did you send it? Okay, for some reason he's not receiving it. Let me see how we can solve this. In the meantime, the team can put a little bit of music, so I can solve this issue. Let me see how we do this. Ok, ma la gente mi viene, sì. Yeah. Okay. All right. So we'll make the energy saved. So in the meantime, if you have questions or you want to prepare for this session with Nikolaus, he just got the link, so I think he's going to be able to. Okay, he had it in the junk folder. Good. Okay, we got it. So apologies for that. And that was a panic moment. I think for me to be here in front of 1,000 people and trying to solve technical issue, that wasn't easy. So some people asked me about the jacket. Did you ask about the jacket? Can you send jacket? Yeah, some people want to get the Efforce jacket. Maybe we should NFT it since we've been talking about NFTs. No, I'm kidding. No, but I think a little bit of swag from the company is going to be healthy, and at some point we will also see if this is something that we want to do. But we didn't plan to make it a business to sell the jackets, but apparently between this time and also when we got Woz, if you go to our Twitter, you can see the picture of Woz and Ken both wearing the jacket. So that went really good. So in case things don't go well with energy efficiency, we start a fashion line. I'm kidding. In the meantime that we wait for Nikolaus to connect, which apparently he is there. Jacopo Vanetti, we see Jacopo Vanetti in the links in the comments. So that's a good thing. Oh, the jacket looks dope. Thank you. And Nikolaus is here. So without further ado, and without me scrambling anymore, that's I think this was a misunderstanding also between us, because the session was starting at 5:15. So yes, Michael did remind us that the session was in 15 minutes, and then we had this little bit of rope pulling, but we're here. And I'm going to put the headphones back on so I can hear Nikolaus talking as well. As we said before, Nikolaus is one of the youngest, if not the youngest, founder of an Esco in Europe, and it's a fast-growing one. In just 1 year, they've been rocketing. He's gonna tell us a little bit more about himself, about his background, and what he sees as the future of Esco. Hi, Nicolas.
Hi, Andrea. Nice to see you again.
Yes.
So I'm in Tuscany, so the connection is not that good in Italy, in some places, but I'll try to give my best. Thank you very much for having me here. It's a great pleasure, especially because I'm a big fan and admirer of Efforce.
Nice.
And I will explain a bit what Esco means, what we do in our Esco company, and why we are having a success. So Esco is an energy service company. In Europe, this is different than in other places. It's especially in Italy, it's like a defined term. An Esco company needs also to have a license to do the services and be able to provide the service we're doing. It's an energy service company. So the goal of an Esco company is to help clients in different sectors, in the public sector, in the private sector, so industries, but also private clients, to get access to a more efficient way on how they use energy and how they consume energy, how they generate their own energy. And our goal is in Europe to become one of the leading Esco providers by helping our clients to do their own energy transition. So a 360-degree approach to all the parts related to energy that the client needs, regardless of what the background of the client is. So industry clients, public clients, and so on. I started around 7 years ago in Germany in an Esco company.
Can we ask you, how old were you 7 years ago?
Yes, I just finished university, and it's a funny story because I had a mentor, and he's a very important German entrepreneur, but that has the roots in South Tyrol, where I come from, is a minority in northern Italy. And I asked him, I had some job offers in big corps, and I was like, okay, which one should I choose? And he was like, you know what? I just founded an energy company, an energy service company, one of the first in Germany, because the market was liberated in the 90s, and so it was a pioneer in the energy service sector. And he was like, try the German Mittelstand. German Mittelstand is nothing else than German SMB companies, and there you will learn more than in every master or PhD program about business. So I believed him, and actually now looking back, I'm very happy that I did this. It was a medium-sized German engineering company. We did a lot of projects. The Frankfurt Airport, for instance, one of the biggest airport hubs in Europe, or other major projects. And I learned a lot about how German companies work, how also European companies work, and how we can help them in their own energy transition. And this was a very interesting school. In 2018, the Kofler family sold the company to a big utility, the Jets company. And I had the mission to the Jets, the new owners asked me to stay and to build up new markets. My new markets were Austria and Italy in the beginning. So I founded Ineva within the Jets Esco company called Elevion. And I built up, learning from the benefits and also from the mistakes we did in Germany, Esco company in Italy that in a very little time grew to one of the market leaders in Italy. Now I'm since this week also in the board and the executive board of the Elevion Group. We are maybe one of the leaders in Europe. We're operating now 9 countries. We have over 54 companies that we acquired and have a revenue of 700 millions this year, and more than 4,000 people working for us. And we're bringing energy efficiency, the energy transition to clients in Europe. And I think this is a very important role that we have in the general European energy transition, because it's very important what politics is doing. It's very important what the lawmaker are making as rules, as decisions in order to bring this energy transition to Europe. But I think it cannot work without also businesses, the industry following, and that's what our role is in Europe. And that's why I'm very happy to be able in an important role to create a strategy for the group in order to be able to bring energy transition to every client that asks us to do so.
And that's fantastic. And it's incredible also to see such success at such a young age. So thank you for sharing your story. So you said you were excited about Efforce and about the Efforce project. I would love to know what it was actually exciting you about the project, because ESCO space and energy efficiency space, at least from my perspective, because this is a bit more of my job, bringing it to the masses, it's quite complicated and quite complex also to explain. That's why we do exercises like this. So what is actually exciting you about Efforce and this new way of doing energy efficiency?
So it's rather simple. The energy transition was always pushed with incentives, with renewable energy and so on. But the main point, and one of the Leitsätze in German that is driving me, is that there is no greener kilowatt than the safest one. The kilowatt we don't use is the greenest kilowatt we can have. So it's really about efficiency. We're in a society of consumption, in a society of waste. And the kilowatt we don't waste, we don't consume, is the greenest we can have. We don't need to think and discuss about all the topics, how green is it really to have e-mobility, etc., etc., because we don't need to produce it. So everything we can save, everything we don't need, and we can, with technology and a good organization, save, is greener than everything that we can ever produce. And that's why I think in the energy transition, one very, very important role plays how much can we save. And this is the core business of a Esco company, creating models on how to save energy. And Efforce is making something very special to me. Efforce is allowing this projects, this asset class, to be accessible to everyone. And this is something very special to me. And that's, I think, why Efforce will have a lot of success, and why it will also drive in some part the energy efficiency and the energy transition in general. Because energy transition won't work with just creating more, generating more energy, even if it's green. The greenest part is the one we don't use. And then the one that's left over, the residual energy that we need to produce, of course, this has to be green. But the first part, Efforce is working on it, and Efforce is making it accessible to a broader clientele. And this is what I think is unique about Efforce, and also future shaping.
That's great. Thank you so much. Actually, not every day you come across people that actually understand the depth about, because it's complex. As a concept, the fact that the kilowatt that you saved is actually the greenest. This is very, very powerful. I might use it again during during gatherings.
You feel to it. The more people use it, the better it is.
Yeah. So that is a very, very powerful concept. And people asked us in our community, what examples can we give them about energy efficiency? What things do you see every day? What type of jobs do you see every day recurring more and more in your workflow?
Of course, it's a constant working on our technologies. Is like constantly looking which projects can we successfully implement. And we start, of course, with an analysis. We see, okay, what do the clients actually need? A lot of companies, especially now after COVID, ask us, and with these ESG reports and etc., how can we become greener? And a lot of companies already have some ideas because they read them somewhere, like ESG reports, decarbonization, and so on. But the ideas they have usually are just offsetting and making, let's say, virtual optimizations to their CO2 emissions. What we say is, yes, of course, you can do this, is a part of it. We will help you also in this process, but we can also really implement some projects that will help you to get a sustainable and long-lasting way on how to reduce costs, of course, with skyrocketing energy prices, but also on long-lasting projects on how to reduce emissions. And this is by intervening into the part on how you generate and how you consume energy. You can consume. We strongly believe that every company or every public entity or every building also even has the possibility to create energy efficiency and generate the energy they still need, the residual energy they need, by decentralizing their energy plan. So creating their own energy supply. And this can go with very many technologies that are right now very mature, like heat pumps, cogeneration, hybrid power plants, combining heat pump, cogeneration, photovoltaic, batteries, hydrogen storages, etc., that we're studying, analyzing, and we're also investing into these companies, because some of the companies have capex constraints. They're focusing mainly on their production facilities and so on, and are investing into how to become more efficient from a production side, but they have capex constraints on all the extras and side businesses like energy. And there is where we play a major role, investing also into these companies, into their personal energy transition. So I think there are enough technologies on the market right now, like hydrogen, like cogeneration, like heat pumps, like bioenergy, a lot of things that we can use now to drive this energy transition and energy efficiency into companies. There are a lot of young technology providers next to a lot of mature technology providers that can help by aggregating these diverse technologies in a complex energy efficiency projects. That's our role, and create a decentralized energy efficiency project for diverse companies. If it's public sector, hospitals, schools, buildings, but also in the private sectors, production facilities, we're there to help our clients to reach their goals.
Fantastic. Michael is asking, in the future, if Inewa were to list projects on Efforce, by the way, yeah, that would be really cool as well. And by the way, for the community, this is also kind of the goal, getting all the Escos in the world to bring their own pipelines to the platform so that they can have broader audience. What would determine which projects list on Efforce rather than self-financing?
So I think every project that we at Ineva and in the whole Elevium group do could be a candidate for the Efforce community. They're all projects where a company or a public entity or some other client decides that he wants to invest in its own energy transition. We are doing this by investing our own capexes and our own equity into this project with different models. We have operative lease, we have EPC, so energy performance contracts, or other models that we use in order to make this happen. And all these projects could actually be available for the Efforce community, because these are projects where a client decides to tackle his own energy consumption, to solve his problem on CO2 emissions, to solve his problem on major costs, because he's using like standard fossil fuels or electricity from the grid and wants to make something innovative. And all these projects could actually be available for the Efforce community. And I think it's something we're already working on. And that's why I also in the beginning said I really believe in the Efforce project, because it's very hard to make these projects accessible to people. And Efforce built the first model that I heard of making these projects accessible to a broader range of people that say, okay, I believe in a transition, in an energy transition. I believe in energy efficiency and I want to invest in this. And so with the models we work, with the SPVs we create on the projects, I think every single one of the projects could be interesting for Efforce.
And this is the SPV. The fact that you mentioned the SPV right now, it's also leading to my next question. What problems do you see today in the classical canonical space of the ESCOs that can be solved?
Yes.
Yeah.
So the major problem is that either you have a lot of money or it's very difficult for you to create these projects, because a lot of ESCO, there are a lot of ESCOs. Alone in Italy, there are more than 400 ESCO companies. But a lot of them, they don't have a strong financial background, or they don't have enough finance to do this project. So what happens, they have a lot of assets on their balance sheet, they have a lot of debts, and they need to refinance all the time some projects. And so they weaken their financial position by helping others. We are lucky that we have a strong partner. We are a big network of companies, so we have the financial capabilities to invest into these projects. And this is what is the biggest advantage that we have on the market. We can really use our own finance to help clients. But also us, if we speak to banks, to major financial institutions and so on, they have the difficulties. They don't understand the concept. They want to make project financing, but maybe sometimes it starts at 10 million projects and so on. And then a lot of ESCO projects are between 200K to 3 million euros investments. So they're not in the range of anything that is available now on the capital markets. And therefore, it's very difficult to do it. Maybe if you bundle it to a 10 million SPV, 10 million capex SPV, then you can manage to find some partner that finances it. But then the question is, what happens with the credit risk? What happens if the company goes bust? What happens if COVID comes and you have SPV with a lot of hotel projects or swimming pool projects that all had to close down and during the lockdown phase in Europe? And exactly these are the questions that are difficult to answer, to be answered by these financial institutions. And that's why I think that's the big advantage of Efforce, to be able to bundle these projects, to also invest in smaller SPVs, to invest in smaller projects, and drive this energy transition. I think this is the most important thing, and it's an asset class that now some companies are tackling, but there's not enough yet, and that's why it's very slow. So it's easier to invest in a asset that generates energy with some incentive scheme, or if a PPA or so on, a renewable energy asset class, than it is to invest in energy efficiency. But in my belief, energy efficiency, and I strongly believe this, is the major driver of energy transition.
Fantastic. The other thing that I think we're bringing to the table, which not many people know, it's something called megawatt. The megawatt credit, besides the fact that it's a funny name, but it's the megawatt. It's a credit. It's a new form of credit that it's backed 1-to-1 by megawatt hour of energy that are actually saved in the world. So if you have energy intensive companies in the world that want to offset their behavior and their consumption, they will buy from the market something that doesn't exist anymore. It doesn't exist yet, which is this new form of credit. This is something new. People don't know much about it yet. Once the platform releases and opens up to everyone, this is going to be, I think, one of the major innovations, because just around carbon and the carbon credit market, there are different standards, and you know better than me. There are different standards. There is not a single standard for savings to be commoditized. So creating this liquid market of saving, I think, could be also pretty interesting. What do you think?
No, definitely, it's very interesting. So today at lunch, I met some friends. They're very good friends who are working in the private sector, and we had a discussion about, for instance, taxes on emissions and so on. And the discussion was, okay, is it enough if Europe does something, or do we need something globally? And then the discussion at the end found out, okay, we don't have a global model on how to tax it. So what is it? Is it the supply chain? Is it what your company does, and so on? And the same is with saving. There is no standard. And without having a standard, it's very difficult to determine what will be the impact of this model, what will be the impact. And that's why I think we need to work, and that's why efforts can be global, is what will be the standard of saving? What is it? Is it the megawatt? Is it the CO2 emission? What is it what we want to save? And exactly these questions we have to discuss is exactly what we need to analyze in order to decide. Also in the future, a tax on emissions will come, and the same will be on saving. Saving will help, but what will be the impact on the emissions? What will be the impact of your savings on emissions? And these are some major questions that we have to discuss, to analyze, and then to create a model around it where everyone has the same view on it, so that we can have a global economy working on saving, on tax emissions, on CO2 emissions, and so on, in order to be able to also not make some companies weaker that are following this approach, and some other companies that are using other methodology on how to determine what saving is and what emissions are, to have an advantage. So we need a global approach to savings, a global approach to emissions.
Absolutely. Michael asks, it sounds like outsourcing the financing of the projects would allow you to focus more on the scaling of your core business. Win-win. Do you think that's actual? That's
Yes, it's a very tricky company, and a lot of PE funds, so PE companies and so on, are investing now in the Esco business because we have, every one of us sees, if it opens Twitter, LinkedIn, and so on, a strong push with sustainability, climate change, and so
Greenwashing.
on. Greenwashing. So a lot of companies and a lot of funds and a lot of money is going into this industry. What I say is that a ESCO company needs to have its own asset on balance. That's why it's very difficult to discuss this. I rather have my project on my own balance sheet because I know I will invest a lot of money. Yes, I need constantly to invest a lot of money. I will indebt myself, but at the same time, I will have also recurring cash flows from these operations, and I will have stable revenues because if I contract a project, I will have this project for 10 years and I will have revenues for 10 years. So this is a very tricky question, but I think we can work out models on how to combine this. So to say, okay, we let other people invest into these SPVs where we park our projects, and still benefits from the part that we need in order to have this balance, these projects on our balance sheet, and this is very important. So it's ESCO companies by nature that make contracting, that invest into someone's energy efficiency, have usually in whatever model they use the projects, the assets, the energy efficiency assets on their balance sheet. And that's why it's difficult to just give them away, because then you expose yourself to a lot of market risk, to recession, to a lot of risk that you have. You have also less risk on the other side, credit risk and so on is not your concern anymore. But I think a mix of these things would be the best. And that's why I think also Efforce is flexible enough from the discussions we had till now on how to tackle this without creating a disadvantage for a ESCO company.
Yes, absolutely. And there is one question in particular, as an ESCO owner that you are, right? The fact that you put your pipeline up for public listing, so the fact that other people can see that, and they see that you are the promoter behind it, do you think this openness can create some difficulties when it comes to competition? Because our idea is to build an ecosystem where all ESCOs supporting and they're basically going to the same direction. They all want the same thing, and they increase the visibility of their projects to a broader audience. But do you think there might be some frictions in which basically the ESCOs will not want to participate into this model because they are afraid that their thing, it's their own pipeline, and they don't want to give it up?
No, I think yes, I think there will be this risk, but at the same time, I think there's no need to worry about it. The market is really big, so there's a lot of place in the market to have success, to grow, and usually the problems are not the financing or not the clients. The problem is sometimes that the companies are not structured well enough to be able even to solve all the problems of all the requests they have. So I honestly believe that there is enough space for a lot of companies, and the approach of Efforce to making these investments available to a broader range of people will help also a lot of ESCOs that don't have the capital resources to be able to invest in all of the projects they are requested to invest into. So I think actually there's no need to worry, and it's a big opportunities for a lot of ESCOs to be able to invest.
And to people that say, what are the returns? Can you be a bit more transparent about what type of returns can we get on our investments if we participate into the financing of energy efficiency? What has been your experience? Because we did give some sort of number benchmarks, but do you think, is it too good to be true?
No, it's definitely good. That's why I'm in this industry. It's very good, but it's also, a lot of companies that you do the projects for. So a lot of clients compare Apple with peers. So they say, okay, what would it cost me if I invest myself? And then they get a loan from a bank or so on. But the issue there is ESCO companies promote themselves as partners. And this is very true. Why? Because they go with the company into the risk of having savings, of having energy efficiency projects. That means they maybe spend more on the CapEx to make a better project, but then you have to think in a 10-year period or even longer. And in this period, you can take out a lot of the savings and generate a lot of the savings. If you save on the capex, if you do a project using cheaper PV panels, using cheaper solutions, don't thinking it through, don't make the planning accordingly, or like the best planning on the project and so on, then you risk to have very high operating costs. And then it's not a saving project anymore. And so I believe that if you make this, if you do the right math, if you make the right investments, then you will benefit much more, and the IRR of the project, the returns of the project, will be much higher on the operating cost than on the capex. So even if you spend on a 10 million projects $1 million more, it won't make any difference if you have the right project. If it was designed well, if it was programmed well and planned well, then it will be an amazing energy efficiency project. And so the capex is not that important. And this is the major risk and major problem a lot of ESCOs have to transmit this information to who is then the client, because it's just about the operating costs. You can plan them, you can minimize them, and this is really the saving project. So it's about saving costs and saving emissions. If you want just to save on the capexes in the beginning, have the best energy efficiency project.
Fantastic. So I think we're leading up to the 30 minutes. Good. I want to thank you once again for joining us. It's been a pleasure to have you, Nicolas. Your insight into the space and the fact that you're confirming our thesis also to our community, it's very good, because they always hear about our own experience. So having another ESCO, which has a large network and a large backing, 4,000 employees and 700 million in revenue. Yeah, that's pretty sizable, I would say, as a group. That's very, very important. So it gives a broader perspective. And so thank you for being here. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you very much, and keep up the good work. Really, I'm a big fan of yours, and I hope and I know your community is behind you. So I think you will be one of the shapers of this industry.
Thank you. I really appreciate your comment. Thank you. All right. So our friends, now we have 15 minutes break, and then we have Alfan from Huobi Global, who's going to be joining us. And then after that, we have Waz and Ken for the last session of the day, which has been a very long day, but it's a pleasure to be here. It's great to see so many people participating, and hopefully you're enjoying the content and the time with us. So I'll see you shortly in 15 minutes. Thank you. We're back. Thank you for the wait. It's been a long day, but this is the last session of the day for the summit. It was our first Efforce Summit, and it was a pleasure to have you all here. Now it is my pleasure to introduce Alfan Gogus in this talk. And Alfan is representing Huobi. He's the regional manager of Huobi Global. So Huobi is one of the largest exchanges in the world, as many of you know. And it's also a strategic partner for us when it comes to exchanges and exchange support. We have some surprises later for today, so I think that's going to be something fun. But Alfan, thank you for being here with us. It's a pleasure to have you. Please introduce yourself to the community. And take it.
Thank you, Andrea. It's a pleasure to have this conversation today with you. I'm regional general manager of Huobi Global for the regions Turkey and CIS region, and I'm within the industry since 2016. And prior to that, I was with Deloitte as a financial auditor. So I have a kind of after spending about 13 years in a very regulated environment, I moved to crypto industry at 2016. And industry is incredible. It's amazing that I should mention. It's growing so fast, and I can't really believe the things that I'm talking about today, and the expectations that I have about the industry, about the financial structure that all of us are using is changing so rapidly and fast. So It's been nearly 5 or 6 years, and I should say that it's incredible that the things that I'm saying.
So you went from being an auditor to be the guy on the other side. That's good. It's fantastic.
I think that was something very interesting because there's always a direction that you have to choose, and when you are coming from a very regulated environment, it makes it much more easier to come up with the answers and to come up with the choices when you see a couple of them, because you can have an overall understanding, and risk management is obviously one of the top priorities when you are operating in a crypto world, and that's something that's I'm that I'm using a lot, that skill.
No, risk management, it ties a lot with the idea of the future of crypto, the future of finance. We wanted to talk to you about future of finance, actually. So how do you see this space evolving, and how do you think Huobi as a centralized exchange is going to interface with this wave of open and decentralized finance?
Yeah, when we are talking about future of finance, I think it's the future of finance. It's about future of money. So it all comes with a bundle, and as Huobi, we are service providers. So maybe I should go step by step with the idea of future of money. Then maybe I should be moving to the financial structure that we are using. I'm saying and considering Bitcoin as the ultimate result of the existing monetary policy that we are living, and due to the issues that the people are facing, it has the financial structure give a birth to Bitcoin, because there was something that needs to be resolved, and Bitcoin has been created to give an answer as a solution, as an option to the humanity, and after a couple of years after that, I think that's 2015 with Ethereum, we are seeing a structure, an infrastructure that is easier, efficient, and fast compared to the financial institutions, financial corporations that we are using, the way that they are working today. And and yes, with Ethereum platform, blockchain, and the other competitors of Ethereum, I'm saying a much more efficient and socially, equal, just infrastructure that is planned to give options to the people that are trying to reach the financial system that they need to use. And DeFi is obviously one of the top buzzwords that we are all speaking.
Oh yeah,
and
DeFi.
DeFi, and it's probably going to give much more options to the people to reach.
Totally. I mean, people becoming their own banks. I think that's the biggest topic of discussion when it comes to decentralized finance. And it's a little bit of a clash as well if you're talking from a centralized exchange point about decentralized finance. So what do you think? How can we explain to people all the way that you're actually playing into the DeFi space with Huobi? Those are things that I think it's worthwhile discussing as well.
Yes, of course. Today, when I look at the industry, I'm seeing two separate directions that are growing at the same time. The first one is the CeFi thing. I mean, there are so many banks are much more interested to the blockchain and crypto world and centralized applications. Why? Because it is the whole idea of crypto is so new to so many people that it is really hard to explain it. It is really hard to create a trust level. Also, it's also so hard for so many people to keep a wallet and keep the private key, taking the responsibility of saving it. So I think, and also from regulatory perspective, it's so new and so it's coming with so many questions and concerns. And also, I think all the things that we are talking here, I mean, Bitcoin, the DeFi, all these things have competitors on the traditional banking sector. So it's not so super easy. So when I'm thinking about the centralized crypto application service providers, I'm considering as a space where everything is much more clear, regulated, easy, and it makes it much more easier for the end user to adapt and use it. Obviously, it will be global. The platform that we are providing is a very strong product that is and services, set of services that we are providing. And as Huobi Global, we are dedicated to providing 100% compliant services to our users. So we are considering it very important because we are considering it as the first step for the humanity to reach the crypto world.
Real mass adoption, I would say.
It's for mass adoption. You can't simply go and offer metaverse wallets to the regular people on the street. So for mass adoption, I think that's something that we should be providing, and it has to be super easy and trustful. So that's
today we had a discussion about the user experience and how that has changed over the years. So, for example, we were talking to a friend, Stefan Rust. I was talking about his purchase of Bitcoin when it was $5 and it had to do through eBay with a PayPal transfer. Now things are very, very different. So the industry has evolved a lot and the user experience is changing a lot so that you can actually bring the next billion people into crypto. And that it's also important because the idea of becoming your own bank, plus the fact that you can have a billion people without borders and without saying, okay, you come from this country or you have this religion. Right now, financial system is very exclusive. but we can make it more inclusive with software that's open and permissionless. So operators like will be that are facilitating that user experience and that journey. I think they serve a fantastic purpose in this. How do you see the space of crypto banking, though?
Today I'm seeing two different worlds. One is the very traditional banking and the crypto world, centralized crypto world, and I'm seeing that both of them are trying to get closer to each other. What I'm trying to say is, it seems to me like every single player, like the regulators, central banks, banks, the financial institutions itself, payment providers, I mean the MasterCard, Visa, and even the hardware producers are trying to adapt in some way. I mean, regulators are trying to understand the technology, and they are trying to come up with some solutions to make themselves feeling comfortable, and also creating a safe environment. And central banks are much more concentrated on CBDCs. Banks are trying to find out new revenue streams, new use cases. They're trying to increase the efficiency of the services that they're providing. Payment companies, the card issuers are adapting stable coins within their existing structure, and we are all seeing that. And even the hardware producers are trying to enable the crypto services. So this is a direction that existing players are trying to go. They're trying to get into the game. So there is an evolution that is happening over there. And on the other hand, cryptocurrency exchanges are trying to be much more compliant and try to act like financial institutions. So the two parties are trying to get closer to each other and come up with more efficient ways of providing services. And I'm also seeing examples for that in United States, in Switzerland, and they're much into providing a much more crypto-friendly, crypto user-centric services to their users. They're offering lending, staking. They're into tokenization of assets and also liabilities. So it is happening. Starting from the very beginning, there was always a discussion around whether it's going to be a revolution or evolution. Some people argued that Bitcoin and the whole industry is just going to revolutionize everything and it's going to crush it. And some others were saying that it's going to be an evolution on the other hand. And okay, this crypto banking path, this way is the way of the evolution, because the existing players, on both sides. I mean, both the banks and the crypto currency exchanges are changing, adapting, and they are moving forward to be to understand each other. So,
but do you actually think that regulators are trying to understand how you think, or are they trying to clamp down? And I mean,
I think that depends.
Look at China.
That depends a lot based on who the regulator is, what they are looking for. First of all, in order to keep it, and they have to understand it. So to squeeze it, first of all, they have to understand it. So there's no way
I agree.
to squeeze it before understanding. So I have no doubt that they're trying to understand it, but also the choices of the design is depending on their political perspective, their priorities. And I'm also seeing that the people that is voting to the governments are also have a lobby. I mean, they have the power to elect the governors that chooses that has the capacity to choose. So I don't think that none of the democratic countries has an option to say no, because we are seeing at every single market around the globe has an increasing level of crypto enthusiasts. So they simply can't ignore it and say, I'm not going to do, I'll do what you're looking before, so I'm just going to. They simply can't ignore it. So that's my opinion. But obviously, it's not going to be super smooth and easy going. I have no doubt that there will be, super problems that we're going to face.
Yeah.
And all these fears will going to happen. We'll face it, but and I'm quite optimistic, because when I consider the basis of the technology and the currencies, I think it as an ultimate benefit to the individuals, to the society. So you simply can't ignore that is good for the people.
Oh, absolutely. And good for the people, and also it's literally unstoppable. So there is no way, if there is a will from the people to actually use it, it's very, very little what countries and governments can do to prevent that from happening. So it's very so it's a gray line, I would say, that would still trying to understand how to walk.
I think it's I think it's much about how long it takes. I mean, it's more about timing. It's something that can be slowed down, obviously. But as you say, I don't think that it is something. I think it's irreversible. It had already happened. I mean,
you can't unsee it. I mean, once you saw it, you saw it. Yes.
And probably they are too late. I mean, if they had tried it at the year 2015 or 16, maybe that was something much more doable. But for today, I think it's already past. But I should also mention that I'm also having a close look to the mass, and in this kind of events, in this kind of we are just saying a lot of words. There are so many buzzwords that we are just recognizing and talking about. But I should say that it's usually still a very small percentage that is into this. And I'm also checking out the social media, especially in Turkey. I mean, in social media, it can be very loud, but it doesn't really mean that the level of voice is equivalent to the level of interest at the overall society. So I also want to just balance my position, and I need to, I think, say that that we are saying big words and visions, but I should also mention that this is something is still at the very beginning of its evolution, especially when you compare it with the size of the existing volumes and market cap compared to the traditional financial system. So it's still so that, especially DeFi.
I agree with you, and also the fact that you're very focused on the regions of Turkey, CIS, Russia. I would love to understand how this position and this evolution changes between countries. So what is the perception in Turkey? What is the perception in CIS countries? How is it different in between these different countries that you're running?
Last week I was at Moscow. There was an energy event that I had attended, so it was a great opportunity to see the Russian crypto ecosystem. And I should say that we're at the same time zone. I'm in Turkey and CIS region, and obviously you think that we are very different from each other in terms of the language, the background, ethnicity, etc. But when I'm talking with the crypto ecosystem, I'm seeing that they are very similar. The people that I'm talking about, the concerns that they have, their expectations, their understanding of the technology and the opportunities of the things that we are talking about. I think this is a characteristics of the crypto enthusiasts that we are seeing. So it's I think something very human to have the same responses to the same things. But I should say that these countries are taking the advantage of comparatively lower level of regulation. I'm comparing EU region, UK, and United States. Because of being on the gray area and hasn't been banned or limited, I'm saying it's a very strong and a healthy growth at both of the markets that we are providing services. So I think that's the main thing. I mean, the first one is I think most of the crypto community is very similar because they have similar interest and understanding about the existing world that we are living in, and they are very into learning, and they are very influential to their neighborhoods, to their own people. And being unregulated but also not banned is creating a huge opportunity for these societies to improve.
Yes.
For the future, I think it's going to create a bigger opportunities for crypto world because of the increasing size of people that are interested. I mean, mass adoption probably going to take place much faster than the Western world. I mean, the EU, United States. On the other hand,
but also, I mean, the necessity of using crypto in some countries is very different from what it is in the westernized world. Because if you just compare, for example, to the growth rate in countries like India or even countries like Venezuela, Argentina, they have strongly depreciating currencies that do not depend on them. So maybe in the morning you wake up and you need 12 million bolivar to go and buy a chicken, and then in the afternoon you need 15 million bolivar to go and buy a chicken. So for them it's an actual necessity. For us it's more like a luxury. We're differentiating our portfolio of investments, but for people, there are about 4 billion people that actually need to go into this next phase of being your own bank because of what they live, what they're experiencing. So yeah,
let me share my comments about the Turkish market. Turkish people have been facing inflation since the very beginning. I mean, I'm at the age 40 today. I remember at the mid 90s that Deutsche Mark versus US dollar and exchanges. So I remember that when I was something like 15, I was even at that age familiar with the idea of inflation and protecting yourself against inflation and depreciation of the local currency. So yes, from a very basic understanding, yes, cryptocurrencies would definitely going to be very helpful to protect against this kind of economical crisis. But I should also say that we can also we also have the capability to find alternative ways to protect against inflation. So you can just simply go and buy any foreign currency at the street. So yes, at the very first point, it sounds like cryptocurrencies are very helpful for this kind of purposes. But I should say that at least for Turkish market, people can already have already their own ways to protect themselves to fight. So
absolutely,
I think this is something more about being futuristic, finding new products, and also finding new ways of doing business. And all crypto business.
And since we're leading up to the last 5 minutes, I want to know what you think about Efforce, our strategic partnership. If you think that Huobi can support Efforce ecosystem, tell us a little bit more about that.
From my point of view, none of the projects that is serving for future can ignore being environmental, social, or governance measures. I mean, all these measures, how it's governed and if it's environmental and social. I think this is one of the necessities when you are building a project. And obviously, Efforce, the main idea behind Efforce is something that purely emphasizes and looks at this direction. So I think it's very valuable to see new use cases for the technology, for crypto technology, that is focusing something new. So right now with Efforce, we're not actually talking about finance. We are not talking about future arts or games. We are talking about something nature, an environmental problem, and we are trying to find solution for that. And we are creating a setup to make sure that the ongoing operations are much more environmental. So I think that's very important to find new use cases for the real problems of the world, and I'm seeing Efforce as an example. And I think with more and more counterparties that are learning and understanding the crypto world and the technology, will be adapting new use cases. Today, we're talking about nature. Maybe tomorrow we'll be talking about different problems that we couldn't find a solution, and probably blockchain technologies will be the source. So I think that's very important. And as Hobby Global, we are proud to be a part of it, because as Hobby Global, I think this is something also that we should be thinking about.
That you should be thinking about.
Because at the end of the day, we're all human. I have a son, I have a mother and father, and I want my son and his son in the future to have a living a life, at least at the level that I am having. So and it's not all about money, it's also about environment. So I think this is the kind of social responsibility matter that all of us should be considering about.
Okay, that's great and very well said. So thank you so much for being with us, Alfan. And by the way, how do you actually pronounce your last name?
Yeah, I know. It's a kind of confusing. I think in Turkish alphabet we have 5 or 6 characters that are different from the from the English alphabet, and my surname includes 4 of them. So to say it, the pronunciation is Göğüş.
That's difficult.
I think it's much more easier for French people, because they like to use their throat, so it's just like that Göğüş with the throat, it comes out.
Göğüş.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. Perfect. All right. Thank you so much for being with us, and thank you for representing Huobi as well. We will be discussing it also after Steve and Ken talk. We will be saying some of the things that we're preparing, and it's a pleasure to have you with us. So now, without further ado, what everyone has been waiting for. Thank you for being with us. We want to introduce in a live session for the first time our 2 co-founders in the States, Steve Wozniak and Ken Hardesty. So it is my pleasure, and we are live. Can you hear us well?
Where's my microphone?
Perfect. Perfect. We can hear you well. Perfect. How are you feeling this morning?
Good. Great as ever. Yeah, it's nice before noon, and just beautiful weather and sky and temperature and everything here.
That's good. So first, this is the first time that we have you both on camera, live. So our community is very excited about this. We've been having this discussions with the community about the beauty of this thing for the company. So the first question that we actually collected from different community insights is for Woz, and regards more broadly, who were the key figures in your childhood that inspired to achieve what you actually have achieved? And I think that's a question to kick off.
Indirectly related to Efforce, but I hope we get done early enough that I can answer some audience questions. But key figures.
Absolutely.
My father was not only an engineer when I needed engineering help and had questions about it, but guided a lot of our principles in life. You will choose yourself. You don't be this way except for one thing: you be truthful. And then Tom Swift Jr. was an early hero. I was probably about 7 or 8 years old, and I'd buy Tom Swift Jr. books, the new one that came out every month. And he was a young engineer, and when there was a catastrophe in the world, he'd run into laboratories, and as an engineer in his own company, he would build the solutions. And I admired that. That was probably the biggest hero that just sticks with how I turned out. You can't say, you look back and you remember certain things. Did this relate to my life or not? You can't really say 100%, but everyone says, yes, this was on my steps. I had, I watched sci-fi movies and TV shows, and those were my heroes. And if they took, a boat underground, or if they took a spaceship in the sky, I would just dream of doing that when I was, on swings as a kid. I had a teacher in high school, an electronics teacher, that set up a course much differently than any teacher I'd ever seen in my life. He taught it himself. He wrote his own lesson plans. He taught companies into giving a lot of parts that we could use for our electronics projects. He staffed up and built pieces of equipment. We as students would learn how they work. We would learn to debug them, and we would build them. And then by the next year, there was one set of equipment. I was there on about the 4th year. We had everything, oscilloscopes and all the test equipment engineers would want, and we learned it so well. And I remembered that he wrote the lessons himself. So I did that in later years when I taught. Early teachers in your life, everybody has teachers that were important. And one of them, in early 5th grade, recognized me for being very bright in the class. When a teacher treats you as the bright one, you keep working hard to be the bright one. And I wound up getting all the math awards and stuff in my schools. So that was very important. And I decided back in 6th grade, Miss Scrack had been my 5th grade teacher. I said, I'm going to be an electrical engineer in my life. And second, I'm going to be a 5th grade teacher. Stuck's with you, core values, why they're important.
Yes.
So these were heroes of mine. And I had one teacher, a physics teacher in high school. And he said, adults cause a lot of problems in the world. And we were back in Vietnam War times. And he says, young people think so cleanly and pure, and they aren't biased, by what's already happened and been done. And I just decided in my head that I want to stay young, thinking as much as I can, enjoy life, have fun, and, have that. It's a little bit of a dependency, but I didn't, growing up was not my first choice. Having fun was. And I had another teacher once that somebody came into class, and kind of was dropping out of school and the university, and chemistry teacher, Mr. Hubbs, said, yeah, drop out now. You're working for the rest of your life. And I thought, oh my God, is a nice little place that keeps you at least out of having to go to work and figuring out how to make your life, So education values were very strong.
Yeah, that's incredible. And Ken, we see you again. We had already a session with our community. How are you feeling today?
Good. I mean, I'm impressed with the summit and the community, what all has been presented, the speakers. I mean, I think this is a great event to get some information out to everyone. They've looked at you so much, as you said, you're getting beat down from trying to cover everything. So I think now they see the support around you, the opportunities with Efforce. I mean, the opening of this speech started with the first speaker, Jacopo Visetti. I think he explained Efforce, the vision well, what we was all talking about in late 2017, early 2018. And then we was able to put it together in 2019.
Yes.
And here we are today. We had to go in slow motion through 2020.
COVID. I mean, COVID. We haven't seen each other in person for a long time now.
Yeah. So I think what we're really happy about, and I know everyone is that, you know, 2022 is going to be very, I think, very good. Once the world opens up more, we can get out to both all of the together, the companies, and what we've got available. I mean, it's going to be an opportunity, and I think everyone will see that more as it goes forward.
That's great. Was a question for you. So by the way, you said that you want to get also some questions live from the community. So I'll be also asking the community to write questions, and I will be moderating and showing it to you. Okay. So one question that I wanted to ask you is, you know, because you're always very playful and always very joyful. I like that. When we talk to you, there's always big smile on your face, which is great. When you reflect back on your career, which memories actually put a smile on your face?
Well, there's different categories. Usually when I think of a cool prank some friends of mine thought up and pulled off, or, you know, or even nice fun things, even before Apple, you know, doing fun things with Steve Jobs as kids. But when it comes to technology, I really think of the Apple II computer. There was a period in my life where just so much magic was pouring out of my head. And the things that I came up with to make the Apple II possible, which it was all of Apple's profits for the first 10 years. It started a great company. I also go back to technical parts of it. How do you create color? The first time ever that arcade games would be color. The first time they would be software. All these amazing things, and in very few chips, not by adding a whole bunch of money, and we'll just throw it in. Clever attempts. I was proud of that. The floppy disk was a real good one of mine too, because I had never had any experience with this hardware or software. But if somehow I developed a floppy disk where you could run checkbook, and it would run the checkbook program. If I could develop that in 2 weeks from zero, absolute zero, the company would have to take me to Las Vegas to show it off at a show. I wanted to see Las Vegas so bad. I was so motivated, and I worked so hard not knowing anything. I just say, what is the best way that I can get data to a disk and data back from a disk? And came up with incredible 8 little $1 chip solutions, had clever little methods in there. And looking back, I do not know how these things got in my mind. A little 2 $1 chips working as a state machine, like a small microprocessor to analyze data. There was one I did that brings memories to my mind. It's technical. It was Blue Box back in college, a little device for making free calls to Italy and all over the world. And Steve Jobs and I did that together. But I actually took, normally when you have logic chips that make computers, you have some inputs, the chip makes decisions, and then you have outputs. And somehow I realized that these inputs were also feeding electrons out, and that I could route the electrons back through a little amplifier that even turned the chip on. Hard to explain how that works, but if you know everything down to the inner structures of even chips, it was possible. I'm just proud to think of things like that, where I had one thing do 3 things at once. You know, it was an input, it was an output, and it was making decisions. I also love my dial-a-joke, because humor's been a part of my life. And I ran the first dial-a-joke in the San Francisco Bay Area, the most called number in the United States, single line number with no extensions. This was, and every call went in my Cupertino apartment, young engineer. Also, I'd smile a lot whenever I think back to the times that I saw different moves of Apple itself into the music field. And when I saw Macintoshes being used on stage eventually, that was, and even Apple IIs. And I also get smiles when I think back to my classes. And it was basically 5th to 9th graders for 8 years of my life, full time, no press allowed, not near kids. And I just have so many great memories of those kids, the way they learned and discovered things, and they played and somehow became even minor hackers in class. And these things make me smile. You know, when you pass, it's not going to be how much success I had, how much my career went, and all my accomplishments. It's going to be all these little fun things on the side, really, and what people I knew and what they did that was fun too.
Absolutely. We get questions from people. They want to hear more about Efforce. Why did you start Efforce? Why did you want to start Efforce?
Well, First of all, I encountered Efforce, as Ida Group and other names. They were already hugely successful. They started with 4 people and grew to $350 million in annual revenue without funding. They did it on their own earnings. This is unbelievable. It takes me back to Apple days. We planned that way. And so I spoke with them for 2 years. I didn't just jump in, I got to do this. No, things have to add up to me. I don't I'm going to go to anybody who says maybe they'll give me some stock or something. No, we had to talk to the people, find out how great they were. And you've been introduced to quite a few of them today, and the concepts of what we do. And it was something I wanted to be a part of.
That's great. So, Ken, tell us about your experience with Efforce.
It's been a long road at this point. As I said earlier, I mean, we started, I think part of that, the Initiation First Conference started in late 2017, early 2018. And again, the point of it, first and foremost, it has spoke and talked a lot about what he wants to see in energy savings with the footprint and leaving for the next generation. One, he likes crypto, as you know. He thought that's been a good thing. He said in many of his speeches worldwide, that's got advantages in the future, as well as there's disadvantages with the wrong people. But on the right path, it'll do a good thing. And then you get into blockchain, which verifies and identifies and gives a record of events. So mixing energy savings, crypto, and blockchain all together really was his interest from that standpoint. And as he said, we then looked at it. It was definitely, we had interest from the vision that Jacopo spoke about in the beginning, as I said. Then we met the other players. There's Sergio, the CEO. We've got Jacopo Visetti, the CTO.
2 Jacopos.
You're going to CTO, is that right?
Yes.
I heard. Yeah. So there's many other people in Efforce that I'm sure the community is going to see as we go along, and you have your talks. But that was the reason we looked into that. And you were driving it and persistent that we looked at angles, which was it's beneficial for everyone. And now we've got a great team. There's a lot more people than the ones we've seen on this summit as well going forward. They'll meet a lot of them. We've got new people coming in, highly qualified. So, it's a very positive path. We all talked and worked together again with all these people, and we're very pleased going forward. Like I said earlier, we expect 2022 we're going to see tremendous growth with the Efforce.
I absolutely believe that. We got a question. Ken and Steve, what do you see different with today's young entrepreneurs that they do different from you?
Young entrepreneurs different than I. Well, I see a lot of entrepreneurs that aren't motivated first by a passion to do something good, but I see them, oh my gosh, my next company, and if I'll make enough money, I can move to the city, and then I'll start another company. And I'm a businessman a lot. I see where they've gone to business school, they know how to write a business plan, they know how to raise money, and then we'll hire the engineers anywhere in the world. And I am so pro-engineer. Engineers are so smart, so clever at solving problems constantly in their work life that the engineers should really be included in thinking out, even what a company should be right from the start. Companies are more than one discipline, and it's hard. A lot of people think, well, whatever I'm good at, writing a business plan or doing marketing, and looking at research, or I'm an engineer, whatever people think is that they're good at, they think, oh, that's the whole story. No, a company is several disciplines, especially startups. You need good businessmen that want to survive and make money, and you need good marketing people that know what's good and what's worth how much, and you need engineering who can build a little better and cleverer projects than anyone else, make it less expensive, and even new things that never existed before.
Absolutely. And this is a question to you both. So whoever wants to take it, I think actually it's good to have a response to both of you. Why do you think is important to focus on environmental issues? On the situation of the
first
environment?
Of all, everyone wants the environment better. We hand down to our children, we always hand down a little bit less of nature. little fewer forests, little fewer rivers, that sort of thing. And I think so much about the younger and care so much. The youngest person should have the most, I don't know, authority and self-belief in themselves and all that. And then you look at things like, environment, we suffer enough, the I don't know, the messiness of the world, it bothers a lot of us, but the long-term impact, on species and people, that means, some small thing today in the climate can have such huge impacts of, species going extinct and this and that hugely. And so it's very small things. It's hard to see what the effects sometimes will be, so people ignore it. But we all are interested in better health, and obviously the environment, better the environment, the better health is. That means you're going to have a longer, happier life. And look at your home. Your home, do you clean it? Do you clean it? Do you make it beautiful and clean? Well, wait a minute. The earth is our home, and if you have a dirty sky, now that falls into realms of government, because I'm not going to worry about the sky right above my house. I'll keep that clean. There's no way to do it. Kind of have to, but when it's all the multiples of people, just like roads, got to pull government in and, have efforts to, it is important to us to be able to look out and really be able to see far and not have things that are dirty, just like we do in our personal life.
Yeah. On my part, I think it's a little bit of, if we look at where we're at today from the cleanliness of the sky and the world, as you might put it, the reason we're the position we're in today is because of the industrialization of the U.S. mainly. So I think
and computers. I apologize.
And computers. So with that growth and everything of what we did in the U.S. of 20, 30 years of industrialization, now we look at what's happening in India and China, two much larger countries than us, and they're industrializing in both countries, and it's going to be a tremendous impact if we continue all around the world the way that you would say America did as the three largest industrialized countries. So because of that, I think that's woke up the world, and we're seeing, like you spoke earlier in the event, there's COP that went on, Greta Thunberg doing her talks. We've got Saudi Arabia, who's going to contribute, I think, 10 or 20 billion trees in the next 10 years. I mean, so all the countries are now trying to do better to lead cleaner air, a cleaner footprint, and all that thing. But what woke them up is what we did in the past, and as what was talking about, we did nothing and we lived through it. Now we have to do something, and it's obvious.
And hopefully our concerns get heard by people who can make a difference, actually take steps, and not just blah blah blah.
Yes,
that's right.
And absolutely. That's and this is also the spirit of Efforce in general, because the fact that we have an ecosystem that has a lot of different players. Yes. Are you responding to the question or to me?
What you said.
What I said. Okay. So it's about the ecosystem that we're building, right? So it cannot be just one person or two people battle. It needs to be a combined effort. So we really believe in that. We've been talking about this for a long time. So I think that's very important. So let's see if we got questions. Steve, the amount of resources we have on this planet is finite. The quicker it being used up, the more people will all face. My God, this is really small. Is energy efficiency necessary to prevent wars and conflicts?
Energy efficiency is, I don't think the right word is necessary. I think a lot of other thinking might even outweigh energy efficiency sometimes, because somebody said to me the other day, we can hold 12 billion people or something. I looked back and I said, we need fewer people for, resources, water and food and everything to go around better. So we've been taught that our whole life, but we kind of talk it more than we do it. We don't walk it so much.
And, I agree.
Efficiency, though, for now, you know what? Energy efficiency sounds like, oh my gosh, we can have our life that we like for less. And so I'm really glad for that. It also is, I'm just for energy efficiency because as an engineer, I was for my efficiency of reusing parts, getting them to be used for twice, using very fewer than other people. You have no idea how hard 20 hours a day almost thinking about things to solve problems, to get them done for developing. It's quite a life, but you always value what you are good at. And since I was good at being efficient, that's what I value so much in everything in the world. The fewer steps you have to take, the less input and the more output. In engineering, we learn to calculate a number for efficiency, and it's always output divided by input. More out for less in is high efficiency.
I fully agree. So I think, we have the last 10 minutes. I have to also start discussing and disclosing a little bit more what we have for our community. So I'll do that in a second. The first thing I would say, because we had another question that I got. What advice would you give to the next Steve Wozniak, the young minds that are watching us?
Good. I think about that now and then, and my answers vary a little bit. But the first thing is you have to believe in yourself and have good self-esteem and think, I'm smart enough. And if other people are saying that's not how it's done, I go back to my own life, even start of Apple. No, people do other things other ways. No, you've got to say, no, I really think this is so good, I'm going to keep working on it. And that's often driven by motivation, by passion. It's very similar to this concept of think different. If everyone's going one way, try to go another way is where you're going to make more of a difference. Also, you should always, young entrepreneur, whatever, have a passion in you that you're doing some good for the world. You're making the world better after you do what you're doing than it was before. Maybe you're just making people feel better about themselves. Maybe you're accomplishing more for, fewer resources, whatever. I also like to tell people there are designers. You can go to school and be an engineer and have a lot of training. If you're assigned a project, go and build this little device that does some weird thing. You can design it. You know how to. But then there's inventors. And you have this mixture in the world. And inventors just walk around. I've met so many of them in the U.S. Inventors Hall of Fame, and they're all like me. You go around, you just have a little idea. You're talking with friends. What about this? And you say, I have some skills, some technical skills. I'm going to run into my laboratory at home, my bedroom, my garage, whatever. And I'm going to work out and try to come up with a prototype to see if this idea could be done. That's the invention part of it, the inventors. Also, whenever you work on anything, you have a job and you're assigned projects, seek absolute excellence. Now, for me, it started in school. I did things just better than other people. If we were assigned in math, do the odd problems from 1 to 37 at the end of a chapter. I would do every single problem all the way up to 50, odds and evens and everything, and just trying to make myself better, working hard. There's nothing better than working hard to get excellent. But then you seek excellence, you should sort of sit down at some point in your life as you grow and grow and your mind develops and develops. You should say, I'm creating things that are better than anyone else in the world, or not better. You can always say somebody could be equal to you, but say, I've got to be at the top level, the best. And that's what sells. I mean, we've seen that in many of the books on business. Excellence is something to seek. Also, I believe that you should care for others in the whole community when you're thinking out what you're doing as much as yourself. And to me, it's even like if there's a lot of people in a company, shouldn't be that all the wealth just goes to, 3 founders at the top. Care for others and think about them. They're real people, respect them as people, individuals, and try to take care of those, who just by accident, whatever, don't have as much. That's the essence of teaching, and it's the essence of mentorship. And most importantly of all, be truthful. If you're working on something and you see, here's a better way, somebody else is suggesting, acknowledge it, go with it, think with your own head, be objective. Don't just say, I'm just going to stick with maybe the way I was doing things before. No, be willing to always change and pursue the best.
Open-minded.
And hopefully have enough hours in the day.
Yes. Kent, you want to add anything?
That pretty much covers it well for that. So I don't think
well, Yeah, I know it matters to me a lot.
Yeah, no, I agree 100%.
Okay, so right now we are in the last minutes of the summit, and one of our surprises is basically the launch and the start of a campaign that we're doing in co-marketing with Huobi. So we talked with Alfan previously, and there is going to be weeks of competition, and it's all starting today with details which are going to be disclosed on our channels. So go to all of our channels and make sure that you follow us across the board. The first competition that we're launching is for user generated content, and it's going to run until the 18th of November, and we're going to have a total of 15 winners, 5 of which, the top winners, they're going to get a personalized autographed Steve Wozniak schematic of the Apple One chip, and also $200 in WozX, and the rest of the 10 winners will get $100 in WozX. So we're starting with creating more awareness about the project. This is leading up to what we're doing with the release of the platform. And as Ken was saying before, we're gearing up to a 2022 that it's going to be very, very strong and powerful. So if you want to participate, make sure that you follow us. And Steve is going to sign the schematics. If you have the schematics there, could you show it to people so that they see also what it is? Yeah.
We often have one.
That's yeah.
I think he's had one.
I know you have a lot.
Yeah, you have one there, Andre, don't you?
Yeah, no, unfortunately I don't have mine yet. Yes. Yes. It's okay. It's the end of the day. It's the beginning of the day for you.
We have a couple people looking as well.
Yeah, there's people behind the camera, which
it's one of the most requested items.
Here's one coming up. Yeah,
oh yeah.
This is.
But it'll be a paper.
You see this one?
Fantastic.
It is actually.
Yes.
The light might be reflecting on it a bit, but
yes, it's fantastic. It will be on paper. It will be on paper. So
yes.
Steve will personalize the 5 schematics and sign it for the 5 winners, and we will mail it directly to the people that win the competition.
The only thing I wish more is that I could meet the people personally. I'd love competition winners.
Absolutely. So that's something that we can definitely organize. So if people follow us, they follow the rules of the event, we will be able to share the information about how to participate. And after that, maybe you have the chance of meeting Woz as well in person. So amongst the things that we're organizing, we have another big event that we will be announcing closer to the end of November. So you'll see more from us and from Woz and Ken and from the rest of the team. So thank you so much for being with us. Thank you all for participating. Thank you all for watching for 9 hours.
Very important.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Ken. Thank you all to the people behind the camera as well. All right. Thank you, everyone. It was a pleasure to have you with us, and we will be talking to you more and more about what we're doing at Efforce. Our platform is coming up. The 2022 is going to be a great year. You heard it here first. We're expanding our team, and we are going to do a lot more noise about the project, the token, and the awareness around it. So make sure you tune in. make sure you are subscribed to all of our channels. And it was a pleasure to be here and represent the whole team. So on behalf of everyone, Sergio, Jacopo, Stefano, if I forget anyone besides, of course, Ken and Waz that were here with us, and all the people in our team, of course, also the people that are walking behind this camera, which have been here with me for 10 hours today. So thank you for everyone that participated. I look forward to the next session and hope to see you soon. May the efforts be with you.